Okay. What a beaut. Howdy. Right off the bat, if the camera angle looks a little bit different, it's because I did some big boy cleaning the other day, and I fussed around with a couple of things, including my camera position. Not deliberately, it was a side effect of cleaning. So if there's a slight difference in the angle, that's why. Howdy. Now, you said you beat Vampire Survivor the other day. Any thoughts? It's been the best couple of bucks I've spent in a long time. Thanks always. I 100%ed it, actually. It seemed like an adequate, like time waster, I guess. Once I understood the optimal paths for weapon acquisition, it was quite easy, even at the, um, you know, greatest level of difficulty, but, I'm not gonna fiddle with the camera. I'll probably fuck it up even more. I'll fiddle with it when I'm off stream. Why were you late? Am I late? I thought I was early. You're not gonna talk about anime today, are you? No promises. My lifestyle of uncompromising fitness has caught up to me, folks. I'm very sore today. See, I figured that my recurring, interminable health problems were probably caused in part by the fact that I spent 18 hours a day at the computer. So I've been trying to, regularly exercise and get back to dieting and such. Already, my body is being burnt down into the, its ideal shape. But, whew boy, am I tired. Howdy, howdy. Just get a standing desk? A standing desk, you say? That's another thing I fixed yesterday. Now stand up? No. I actually can't get it far enough up for me to comfortably stand, because some of my cables are too short. So I actually ordered some longer ones. I'll make it work. Fixed it? No, I had to fix it. This was broken. I had to do some cable shenanigans. It could go down, but it couldn't go up. Fix PC for Metro. That'll take a bit more time. I am very tired. If I stream for a short time today, it'll be because of that and that reason only. It's just fatigue. But it's good fatigue. For once, it is fatigue born not of me not getting enough sleep, but of me doing something. Coffee. You're right. Is Vermin watching this? Vermin? Vermin. 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 I'll text them. And how has life been for you guys, huh? Can I have a coffee, please? I love you. What is your plan for stream today? Nuggy Quest Beta gameplay. Do you guys want to get the code showcase out of the way now so we can get to the actual politics? Progress has, I actually haven't had that much time to work in it because I was doing a lot of stuff yesterday during my day off. But I've gotten a lot done that I'm very happy with. So, it's not going to seem like a lot, but I hope the people here who are familiar with code a little bit can kind of see what I've been up to. Okay? So here, of course, we have a Nuggy quest. Very good. All the elements are loaded to begin with for testing purposes. But you see when I hit the play button. Whoa, where'd they go? It's almost as though I've added a cutscene and game menu state that disables game objects. That's crazy. And then what happens when I hit the button? Oh my god. It's like we're there. I didn't code in the thing that brings back the UI, though. I should probably do that. That'd be pretty good, I think. We're getting there. I did add noises as well. I wonder why are the noises not working? We're in a half-finished state right now. What in the highlights? Why is this not saved? What in the highlights script is reliant void on mouse down? Deaf moment? Wait, did it play a noise? Did I just not hear it?
Up yours, woke moralists.
That's a noise.
We'll see who cancels who.
Oh, I made noises and stuff. Wait, hold on. If I highlight the bed, it has the audio source loaded properly. Interesting. Well, I'll work it out. Anyway, the biggest development that I've made thus far is that I'm learning how to reference objects and scripts outside of the script that we're looking at. See? I get how this works now. And look, we've added audio clips that'll boop and beep when we scroll over it, which is nice. And see? Play cutscene 1, which is referred to in the start button, gets hit. We're learning. We're getting there. I feel like I learned quite a lot just earlier today. I don't know why the sound doesn't work, though. I'm actually quite curious about that. If we look at the highlight script right here, audio source, boop, sound, on mouse. Turn sound to yes. Not a bad idea. Huh. Interesting. I'll figure it out. Still no? Well, I didn't change anything, so it makes sense that there wouldn't be any difference. Have you seen Ryan Chapman's video? Has been wrong. I have no idea what you're referring to. Is mute audio in the game window toggled? Wait, that might actually be it. Hold on. Sorry, that wasn't it. I'm very sorry to report. Alright, that's enough. Okay, what is the thing that the person was just referring to? Brian Chapman? What is this? Does the main camera even have an audio listener on it? I don't know what the fuck that means. The sound was working earlier. I'm sure there's just some code oversight. I'll show it to you when there's something to show. Let me see. Ryan Chapman. Why does that sound familiar? Blowing up. Okay, so it's like a new channel? Why am I looking at this? Why news used to have less bias, the drawing that explains political divides. Fascism and in-depth explanation. Misconceptions about Nazism. I can't tell just from these video thumbs and titles whether or not this person is based or cringe. Okay. It's a bunny.
This is a picture of a duck looking up and to the right.
Oh, no.
With, I guess, a fat bottom.
Okay, wait. Is this just going to be an illustrative? Okay. This is going to be like pop psychology politics, not like politics.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Today we're asking the question, what type of movement was National Socialism? In other words, how should we categorize the Nazis? The short answer is that they were fascist. And the longer answer is a more qualified answer, still saying that they were fascist. So What's going on here? My last video was a
Well, that's true. I agree with that. Yeah, okay. Sure. The short answer is that they're fascist, and the long answer is that they're fascist. Yeah, I agree with those things.
42-minute categorize National Socialism as fascist. What do you categorize them as? And many people respond to that by saying that they were National Socialist. But that's a meaningless statement. It's self-referential. You're defining the subject with the subject itself. The question is, what type of movement was National Socialism? And you're responding by saying that National Socialism was National Socialist. This would be like if I asked, what type of country is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, which is North Korea? And instead of responding that it's a communist country, which is categorizing it in a broad label that we use, instead you respond, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is a Democratic People's Republic. So that's self-referential and meaningless. We need to be able to make generalizations when we talk about politics. We can't just say that every country and every movement is unique, and that's it. There's no generalization. I think that's a point that pretty much everyone recognizes.
So he's a tanky? No, the common understanding of North Korea is that it's a communist dictatorship, right? Like, a lot of people don't really... So, I guess you could argue that North Korea is part of, like, the global communist geopolitical bloc, but it doesn't fit any of the definitions of communism as defined by, you know, in the ways that we typically understand it.
But we also tend to circumstantially block generalization on partisan grounds. So for example, if you're offended when I called North Korea communist, are you also offended when people generalize other countries as being capitalist? Maybe, but probably not. Okay, so now we've established that we need...
wait, hold on. That wasn't a valid comparison at all. Yeah, okay. I don't know. This probably isn't terrible, right?
Hey, what's up, everyone? Today we're talking about critical race theory. I think critical race theory is...
He's not, but he's a lib. Yeah, but like most people are libs. We can't get that angry over it.
It's one of those things that a lot of people have opinions about, but most people don't have a deep understanding of. And I think the reason for that is because explanations of critical race theory tend to be kind of glossy, where people just list the major beliefs and claims of critical race theorists without going into it. I believe it kind of hangs in the minds of white Americans in a subconscious kind of Freudian way, where white Americans are kind of conditioned into a white supremacist mindset without necessarily being consciously aware of it. It's worth mentioning that the word white here isn't necessarily used in the way that we normally think of it, because it doesn't necessarily correlate with your skin color. So they think that since the norms of America are fundamentally white, anyone whose values are reflected in those norms and anyone who benefits from them and becomes successful within the regime of these norms may effectively also be white. Because again, this is an argument that's grounded in integration. And if anyone integrates into the status quo, they might be called by critical race theorists white, regardless of their skin color.
Okay, I don't think this guy's like a secret racist. I don't know why people told me to look at this. No conservative could ever engage with the literature around critical race theory at all. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, I'm sure I disagree with him on some stuff, but like, yeah, no, it's good. I would, even if I have disagreements with people on YouTube, and I'm always going to, because I'm literally an extremist, I would much rather have disagreements with people like this, who actually seem to care about the topic and will do some reading and seem to want to actually present information truthfully, than people who are so ideologically biased that they're basically just throwing out like straight dogma. You know? Yeah, I don't know. Seems cool. Yeah. So, how you guys doing? Fuck, man. I just had my mind on the code shit. God damn it. Ugh. His video on Marxism is dumb because he gives the line, every Marxist country has failed, but his one on Chinese politics is pretty interesting, though I don't know how accurate it is. Well, I mean, depending on what definitions you want to use, the statement, every Marxist country has failed, isn't exactly an indefensible one, you know? What's that line from Disco Elysium? Yeah, communism has failed. But, building communism has failed, but so is building love. You're not going to just stop building love, are you? I don't know. I feel like you can own up to stuff like that. What Marxist country? Well, it depends on your definitions, because I don't know what the fuck a Marxist country is either. Thanks, Gerard Kamsock. I'm always right. Can we talk about Texas suing to not have abortion exceptions for the life of the mother? Yeah, they want people dead. Death cult.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Thank you very much, celery person. I'll read donos shortly. I get incel and cap vibes from the guy so hard. Man, just because because he's
Yours
like a
woke moralists.
pale white guy,
We'll
don't be
see who
mean.
cancels who.
He's fine. He's fine. He's like soy boy. He's like soy boy. John. John Wick. There you go. I never saw any of the movies. I think he looks nice. Have you talked at all about the Internet Archive lawsuit? No, I haven't. My short version of this is that, like, if copyright law leads to the destruction of one of the most comprehensive archives of information in human history, that is one of the most poignant and direct condemnations of capitalist logic imaginable. We might look at it more thoroughly in the near future. Is your ear healed? I mean, as healed as it's gonna be. You say Marx was more libertarian and the authoritarian excuses were supplied by Engels, but Chapman's videos on Marx have some very authoritarian quotes from Marx. Well, I don't think that Marx hasn't said authoritarian things. I'm just saying that the most authoritarian shit you tend to hear from people who cite Marx and stuff are people actually citing Engels, the On Authority pamphlet, which is terrible, by the way. If you wanna open up the stream by watching the thing on Marx, what is Marxism? Yeah, you know what? Why not? I kind of need to get my brain cycled through a little bit because I was doing that code shit for a while, and all I'm thinking about right now is like, could I fix it if I do this? So, it's like an obsessive thing. Let's just watch this. You know, we'll I don't even this is probably not even a segment. We're just warming our brains up. Okay, we're getting it going. All right, what's up? 1.3. Let's go.
So Marxism. I've talked about Marxism a lot on this channel, but so far it's been almost entirely about adapted versions of Marxism. So to bring things full circle, I'm going to spend a video dedicated almost entirely to classical Marxism, as developed by Karl Marx and his collaborator Friedrich Engels. So most of this video is going to be about their theory and their work. At the very end, I'll circle back out and say some things about adapted versions of Marxism. And
I feel like not enough people give Engels credit for the mustache. That shit is insane. Easily the better beard of the two. It's actually crazy. That mustache.
At the very end, I'll circle back out and say some things about adapted versions of Marxism and the term Marxism generally speaking. I hope you're ready, because it's going to be a ride. Okay, so this is generally considered Marx's first major piece of writing, the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844.
Holy shit, this has so much
Karl
fucking
Marx wrote
creamer
in
in
his
it.
mid-20s.
Oh my god.
And I think a good spot to start with his theory is to look at the first thing he says. We have begun from the presuppositions of political economy. We have accepted its terminology and its laws. And then he lists a bunch of terms. And look at the first term that he lists. Private property. If we're going to do a decent job of talking about classical Marxism, we need to talk about what he means by property here, because he's not using it in the sense that we normally think about it. And it's crucial to his work. I mean, look, he referenced it 5 more times just on this page. By property, Marx didn't mean just a plot of land. He was using the term in a broader sense, in the sense that John Locke talked about it all the way back in the 1600s in 2 treatises of government. Specifically in the second treatise, Locke talked about how when we put our work into something, and he specifically gave the example of putting our work into something natural, we transform it. And in that transformation, we're putting an essence of ourselves into that thing. Okay. So say, for example, if you break a branch off of a tree and then you sharpen that branch into a spear, you're transforming that branch through your work. And in doing it, you're putting an essence of yourself into it, like in the form of craftsmanship. This is Locke talking about that process, but giving the example of acorns and apples. So just the process of gathering acorns and apples here counts as transformative labor. That labor put a distinction between them and common. That added something to them more than nature. So property here means the products of our labor, or you could say the fruits of our labor. And John Locke was arguing that we naturally feel a sense of ownership over that property because we've put work into it and there's an essence of ourselves in it. So he was—
John Locke was actually pretty based, by the way. Not that I've read everything he's ever written or whatever, but there's a ton of shit that you can see quoted from him that's actually like giga based, you know? He's one of the forefathers of capitalism, and this guy was out here like dunking on landlords and shit. He was a pretty smart dude, you know? You have to remember that back in the founding, like back when capitalism, like laissez-faire capitalism was first being developed, basically, it was meant to be an extension, an economic extension of the principles of the Enlightenment. The whole like equality, fraternity thing, you know? Oh, wasn't that Adam Smith? Oh god, I'm so stupid. I'm thinking of Adam Smith right now. Okay, sorry. John Locke and Adam Smith are, but oh god, I'm so fucking stupid. I'm literally, this is what I mean. This is what I mean, dude. I'm thinking of fucking Peepo, okay? Adam Smith and John Locke have both written some good shit. It's true. I was, however, just referring to Adam Smith. That is also true. I will, however, still laboriously arrive at the final point that I was getting at, which is still intact, which is that back when laissez-faire capitalism was first being developed, you have to remember that at the time it was considered to be like an egalitarian extension economically of the principles of the Enlightenment. We think of it today as like an extension of hierarchy, because it is, but at that time it was an economic system that was developed from in an advancement of mercantile capitalism, which was pretty cringe, you know? So at the time, there was a period of time where people, even the philosophers of the era, legitimately thought of capitalism as like a liberating equality ensuring force, and they weren't like totally retarded to think that way. Nowadays, you have to be just completely brain dead because we know enough about the way these systems manifest and the way that like capital accumulates and skews political power. But at the time, you know, I think you could have been a pretty like smart dude, been like, yeah, dude, capitalism will liberate the people of the world, you know?
He was saying that it would be wrong for a government to come claim that property, and instead the government should do the opposite. The government should protect the rights of its citizens to own private property. So when people talk about John Locke's life, liberty, and property, that's the property that they're talking about. In Locke's words, every man has a property in his own person. This nobody has any right to but himself. The labor of his body and the work of his hands, we may say, are properly his. Whatsoever then he removes out of the state that nature hath provided, and left it in, he hath mixed his labor with, and joined to it something that is his own, and thereby makes it his property. But that was in the late 1600s. Marx was thinking about these things in the mid-1800s in industrialized Western Europe. Liberalism, representative democracy, and private property ownership were spreading, which meant that capitalism was spreading. And it also meant that monarchy and feudalism were clearly on the way out. So this is a time period that was dominated by classical liberalism, which meant that the governments at the time were especially non-interventionist, at least compared to modern standards. So there wasn't much in the way of, say, workplace regulations. And liberals were looking around, and they were feeling pretty good about the society that they created. They thought that they had brought on this new era of freedom and prosperity. But Marx was looking around, and he was deeply critical. And the nature of his critique was both philosophical and economic. For starters, this industrial capitalist society that Marx was looking at featured the division of labor, which meant that we were moving away from an artisanal approach to work, where one person would work on one thing. And instead, we were moving towards an assembly line approach to work, where many people would work on one thing. The philosophical side of Marx believed that the division of labor was causing a loss of meaning in the lives of industrial workers because they didn't have agency over their work lives. So if you go back to the artisanal style of work, say like being a blacksmith, you'd probably be able to dictate your own work life. You could dictate maybe when you show up to work, or maybe you'd have creative control over whatever process you're using to make whatever you're trying to make. And you would also probably have ownership over the products that you're creating. So at the end of the day...
Speaking as a debate bro, you know, somebody who has to debate this shit, I really, this is such a critical part of Marxist theory, but you can't really argue it with liberals because it's completely non-empirical, you know? When you're like, yeah, people feel a greater sense of connection to the things they produce when they're not relegated to like division of labor, assembly line production. And then it's like, okay, well, where do you find that on a spreadsheet? Like, can you point that to me in like a data chart? You know, it's very difficult. I do think it's a real point though. When I talk about alienation broadly, this is one of the big things that I'm referring to.
Yours woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
I feel like, frankly, if, in my opinion, like, yeah, soaked and left, but it gets into like abstract social psychology, which isn't the kind of thing that's easy to bust out like hard numbers for. And people always have, well, what ifs or whatabouts, you know, like, well, what if this thing changed? There's always something else to pull from, you know. It's harder to get empirical slams from. Speaking, I am absolutely not reading right now. Yeah, but again, it's social psychology. That's not to say it's not worthwhile looking at this stuff. People want autonomy. Yeah. In my personal opinion, like in a good world, the only kind of labor humans would perform would be meaningful social transformative labor, and everything else would be handled through automation. I think that humans benefit from the former, and whatever we don't benefit from, we shouldn't have any say in, you know? If work cannot be made to be fulfilling and socially necessary, then it should not be done by humans.
You'd get to keep whatever inventory you made, either for yourself or to sell it. But industrial workers have their labor directed by management, telling them when to show up and what to do while they're at work, and basically making them into machines. And they also don't get to keep the products of their labor. These industrial workers are working on a part of a product. So they are creating property through their work, but they're not actually getting to keep any of it. So they're not gaining ownership over the products of their labor. So Marx called this type of work alienated labor. Here's Marx describing the alienation of labor. He's not exactly someone that's known for brevity, but I think it's worth reading this passage in its entirety. What constitutes the alienation of labor? First, that the work is external to the worker, that it is not part of his nature, and that consequently, he does not fulfill himself in his work, but denies himself, has a feeling of misery rather than well-being, does not develop freely his mental and physical energies, but is physically exhausted and mentally debased. The worker, therefore, feels himself at home only during his leisure time, whereas at work, he feels homeless. His work is not voluntary, but imposed, forced labor. It is not the satisfaction of a need, but only a means for satisfying other needs. Its alien character is clearly shown by the fact that as soon as there is no physical or other compulsion, it is avoided like the plague. External labor, labor in which man alienates himself, is a labor of self-sacrifice, of mortification. Finally, the external character of work for the worker is shown by the fact that it is not his own work, but work for someone else, that in work he does not belong to himself, but to another person. So then who's ultimately directing all this? And who's keeping the products of their labor? The business owners, or in Marx's terminology, the bourgeoisie. So Marx thought that the relationship between the people who were accumulating property, the bourgeoisie...
Jesus Christ, these guys sure do look the image, don't they? You can actually feel the blood pressure rising just looking at these guys. Oh my God.
And the people who were not accumulating property, the industrial workers, or in his terminology, the proletariat, was inherently exploitative and antagonistic, to the point where he thought it was sapping meaning from the lives of
To be fair, most people did dress like that. Nope, this top hat right here, this is a guillotine top hat, okay? Listen, you had folks wearing suits, sure, but no motherfucker walking around with those top hats unless they owned at least 50 factories, okay? This is science.
And antagonistic, to the point where he thought it was sapping meaning from the lives of the proletariat. And he thought this relationship hinged on the concept of private property. The bourgeoisie being allowed to accumulate all this private property gives them power over these propertyless workers. And you can reliably call them propertyless, because if they did have property, beyond just their personal possessions, they wouldn't want to be industrial workers. Marx believed that this was a necessary dynamic in a society that allows individuals to own private property, and also features the division of labor. A few people end up owning a lot of property, and many go propertyless. So then what did the proletariat get out of this? And Marx's answer was wages. But then how much are they paid? And Marx's answer was as little as possible.
So another critical thing to point out here, okay? The accumulation and the centralization of capital is a really big part of Marx's writings. The fact that in any free market system, more and more power and wealth is going to be accumulated in the hands of a smaller and smaller number of people, which is proven to be empirically true. We live in a time of basically unprecedented income inequality, where single men can be in charge of companies that basically control like a significant portion of a world economy. You know, this is new, and the Marx also argues that one of the reasons the nation state exists as a concept is because through legal abstraction, a bourgeois business owner is capable of controlling more property than any king could have in ancient times. There's a diminishing return to how much property you can own directly through the king's men as a monarch or as a feudal lord or as a warlord or as an emperor, in large part because there are modes of instability associated with these kinds of governance. It's not possible to control all the world. Nobody's ever done it, you know? But if you create a nation state which regulates the functions of society and then pour a significant amount of the money that goes into that nation state into police and legal systems, which are designed to ensure that a factory, which at no point in time has ever been entered by a man with a top hat, is nonetheless owned entirely by that man with the top hat, you can, through legal abstraction, ensure singular control over vast swaths of territory and property in ways that would simply not have been possible before. You rope the system of control from the bourgeois into the fabric of the nation state upon which people become dependent in order to survive. None of this was the case before. This is unique in modern times. Before, in feudal systems, there was a degree of self-servience or self-reliance and federalization amidst feudal lords and the nobility, which prevented that kind of total control. It was too messy. But now, does this apply to small business owners? Petit bourgeois are still bourgeois, but that's why you must understand that bourgeois does not mean wealthy. There are technically members of the bourgeois who are actually doing quite poorly right now. Probably a good many of them. Usually members of the petit bourgeois. Bourgeois refers only to a class relationship, your proximity to the means of production, not directly to your wealth or power. These are overlapping concepts, of course.
So the business owners wouldn't hire the proletariat if they couldn't make a profit. So these industrial workers are creating value through their work, but they're only being paid a certain amount. So there's this extra value that they're creating that they're not being paid for. And Marx called that surplus value. And he believed that the extraction...
Are petit bourgeois good? Marx was never simplistic enough to simply describe any of these groups as good or bad. It's only a matter of their property relations. Petit bourgeois are just smaller iterants of an unequal class dynamic, and therefore their presence is a symptom of a bad economic system. Whether or not any individual member of the petit bourgeois is good or bad has more to do with them than it does class dynamics.
Of surplus value, the extraction of value that these workers are creating with their hands but aren't actually being paid, he believed was theft.
Sorry, one more. The person I work for owns the business but works inside of it regularly. Would they still be considered bourgeois? Yes, but they're also a worker. These are not exclusionary modes of relation. A person who owns a business can still work at that business, and in doing so produce meaningful labor. They still, however, derive power and wealth from the fact they are an owner of that business. So, when people say the bourgeois do not work for their pay, what they're talking about is that the bourgeois, by definition, do not work to earn the money that they receive as a product of their ownership. But there are members of the bourgeois who do work, managerial work, usually, which is still labor, and that is worth keeping in mind. Most members of the bourgeois, if you count the petit bourgeois, certainly, also do work.
And exploitation. On top of the workers not being paid enough, at least in Marx's mind, working conditions for these industrial workers also tended to be pretty rough. Because again, this is a time period where the government didn't intervene very much in the workplace. So there wasn't much in the way of governmental regulations, which meant that you could have children working long hours for low pay in dangerous conditions, something that Marx was aware of.
Solution to that?
And
revolution, of course.
Marx and Engels also believed that the proletariat couldn't just vote to better their circumstances. Voting at the time tended to have class-based restrictions to it, because classical liberals believed that in order to vote, you should have an education. And this was before widespread public education, meaning that education at the time was a privilege. So Marx and Engels believed that the proletariat were politically powerless, and that the bourgeoisie could basically shape society however they wanted. Or as Engels said it, they believed that they were living in a time of the political supremacy of the bourgeoisie.
Another important thing to remember is that in pre-democratic societies, the mechanism by which popular rule determined the fate of a nation or a kingdom was through violence. It was the only way it could be done. If the peasantry were sick of a king, there is nothing the peasantry can do other than riot. It is literally the only thing they have the power to do. And because that is their only option, it is something that they have a latent capacity for, something which they keep in mind. But in democratic societies, the way in which the masses are supposed to change the fate of a country is through voting. Voting is something that can only be done meaningfully with a certain degree of education, a certain degree of political awareness, which means that now, in order to suppress the will of the proletariat, you no longer need to keep out of their hands the torches and pitchforks. You need to keep out of their hands access to meaningful political education. Because only with meaningful political education are they capable of the organizing and the reasoning which would lead to significant electoral political change. This is one of the reasons historically why the questions around the nature and role of public education are so contentious. It's not as much of a discussion nowadays, but 100 years ago, it was a pretty common sentiment, especially amidst the bourgeois, that education should just be to teach secretaries how to write and everyone else basic arithmetic, enough that they can work in the factories and on the fields, and that's all they need to know. Because they didn't consider education to be a liberating force, as the philosophers of the Enlightenment tended to. They considered it to be a kind of subsidized vocational training. How far we've come, Soaked on Left.
Basically, from every angle that Marx was analyzing the capitalism of his time, he thought that the proletariat were getting the short end of the stick, and that they were being institutionally oppressed by the bourgeoisie, who were institutionally oppressing them through the right to own private property. And he thought that the pressures were going to get worse and worse. The bourgeoisie were going to keep accumulating more and more property, getting richer and richer, and more power. And they were going to keep on exerting pressure down onto the proletariat. And he thought that that was going to keep on happening until inevitably at some point society would have to rearrange itself and would have to learn from the mistakes of Marx's time by abolishing the right to own private property. In other words, make a communist society. So in this quote here, the theory of the communists may be summed up in the single sentence, abolition of private property. They're specifically flagging that they're talking about bourgeois property, which is basically any type of property that relates to big industry, which you could also call the means of production. The basic takeaway here is that they believed that private property was creating class inequality and class oppression, and that by abolishing bourgeois private property, they could fight class inequality and class oppression. Marx's vision for communism goes beyond what you would think just by reading this quote, but I'm going to wait until later in the video to talk about it, because there's another aspect to his work that I need to get to first. So Marx and Engels weren't operating in a vacuum here. It was popular among intellectuals at the time, especially in Western Europe, to criticize capitalism and to come up with your own theory of socialism or communism, and then to even try to get a following based on your own brand of socialism or communism. But these other people that were doing it were basing their theories on morality and on wishful thinking. So they were saying such and such aspect of capitalism is morally wrong, and for this and that reason, their version of socialism or communism is morally correct, and they were saying we ought to then implement their brand of socialism or communism. And to Marx and Engels, that type of thinking was naive, or in their words, it was utopian. And Marx instead wanted
This is correct.
it to be scientific. He was inspired by what Darwin had done for biology, and he wanted to do something similar for the social sciences by grounding his argument in logic and empirical evidence. In Marx's words, "My conclusions are the fruit of an entirely empirical analysis based on a careful critical study of political economy." I'm about to get into their method, but
So, to be clear, the original distinction between utopian and scientific socialism, as illustrated here, was utopian socialism relying principally on moral arguments, and scientific socialism relying on more methodological and mathematical arguments based in economics and sociology. Now, it has taken on a life of its own, where people nowadays refer to utopian socialism as the idea of believing that socialism is a utopia, and scientific socialism as believing that the precepts laid out by Marx are as to reality what mathematical equations are, which is ridiculous. You can believe in a version of socialism argued for through empirical evidence without believing that socialism and is like a kind of fundamental mathematical truism that can be referred to. Essentially, these terms have been corrupted with time. I do generally agree with many of the things that Marx had to say about scientific socialism in his words.
But before I do, I think it's worth saying up front that Marx and Engels didn't bring an objectivity or a professional disinterestedness to their work that we tend to expect from scientists. So this is a partisan take on what it means to be scientific. As Engels said at Marx's funeral, who, by the way, was somebody that knew Marx as a political and academic thinker probably better than anyone else. For Marx was, before all else, a revolutionist. His real mission in life was to contribute, in one way or another, to the overthrow of capitalist society and of the state institutions which it brought into being, to contribute to the liberation of the modern proletariat. So at the end of the day, they were both political activists. That doesn't mean that
I will point out something, though. I think it's possible to argue in favor of something based on empirics, but I do think that Marx is committing an epistemic flaw here. Any argument for something which is based on empirics remains a moral argument. See, even if you can empirically demonstrate some preferable degree of freedom or equality or economic attainment or whatever else, you're presupposing moral values in doing so. For example, a scientific argument that we should switch from one type of energy generation to another because it will lead to less carbon dioxide emissions, even if you do all this in the math, you're presupposing the moral position that it is good that we don't torch the planet. A position I agree with, but it remains a moral one. Marx made plenty of moral arguments indirectly by presupposing the value of certain things, namely freedom, which I agree with. But again, this is, yeah.
their theory is necessarily wrong, but I think it's something that's worth keeping in mind as we go through this next section.
Wouldn't that make literally all prescriptive statements moralist? Come on. Yes. Yes. All prescriptive statements presuppose... Yeah. Conditional prescriptive statements, not necessarily. If you say, for example, I think it's better to do this thing because it increases the likelihood of this outcome, that's not a moral statement because you've included the presupposition. But any prescriptive statement in which you are making an assumption on the goodness of a given outcome, as opposed to just the outcome in itself, yeah, that is a moral statement.
Okay, getting to it. So their method combined two concepts. One concept was historicism, which is the belief that you need to explain social phenomena historically. And you need to view history itself, not in terms of the actions
Aren't
of
you doing
scattered
that?
individuals,
Yes, I make prescriptive
but
statements
instead
all
in
the
terms
time.
of interconnectedness and in terms of evolution. The second concept was materialism, which here basically means the belief that people are the products of their environment. One aspect of Marxist materialism is that the material world, literally the world of physical stuff, shapes us to the extent that we need to provide for ourselves. So within that, Marx was specifically interested in tools and machinery. So he thought that certain tools and certain machinery, like for example the windmill, would make us economically organized in a way that would resemble feudalism. And then once we have, say, the steam mill, that requires a lot of money to start up, and it requires a division of labor to run. So once we invent the steam mill, then industrial capitalism is bound to follow. So basically, if we need to...
This is a fair argument. Certain types of technology and certain efficiencies in material production bring about different kinds of labor relations. So for example, there are limits to the degree of wealth inequality in a tribal society that is full of hunter-gatherers. When hunting and gathering are the limits of your material production and consumption, there's a limited extent to which you can socially manifest inequality. Agricultural societies allow for a much greater degree because of the nature of agricultural work. How many people does it take to man a windmill versus a factory? What kind of education does it take in order to do one over the other? Another component of modern income inequality is differentiation in the necessity of education in order to make the best use of technology. Or to put it another way, nobody has to know how to read or write for a couple of farmers to efficiently use a windmill. But in order for a factory to operate at proper capacity, you need dozens and dozens of laborers and a couple of engineers. And the engineers need to be paying off the debts they incurred from a very expensive education. It's a system of production that manifests inequality through the labor relations that it requires between the people who work there. Logical pretzels, like I said, I agree. I do think that he commits an epistemic error in presupposing the morals that he advocates in favor of, while arguing against moralism as a rhetorical tactic. But I think that you can look past that and see plenty of good arguments. Are shareholders considered bourgeois? Yes, by definition. They literally own a portion of the means of production, either directly through profits or through controlling, vote in how it's run. Yeah. You need incredibly precise measurements to make windmill function properly and not fall down. From the engineer, but windmills didn't have engineers on site every day on the farms that they operated on. That would have been expensive. But to get at your point more directly, engineers back in pre-modern times were incredibly sought after. Good ones. I mean, the ones who could build reliable infrastructure, not just like farmers and peasants making mud brick houses, were incredibly sought after.
Organized in a certain way that makes us a capitalist society because the conditions around us dictate that capitalism makes the most sense, then we'll do it. So that takes priority, and then the rest of society follows from that. So in Marxist terminology, the economic way that we organize is the basis of society, which some people call the base. And then the rest of society, like our politics and our culture, grows as a product out of that, which in Marxist terminology is called the superstructure. But Marx didn't think that human society...
Or even engineers building crossbows and trebuchets and shit. You guys want to know a particularly amusing anecdote? For most of human history, a significant portion of the trained engineers of the world were the products of military academies. This goes all the way back to Rome and earlier. See, when it comes to building houses for the peasantry, you build mud brick shit houses, and nobody cares. When it comes to building trebuchets and catapults, people fucking care, and people who do bad jobs get executed. So usually, the most trained engineers were war engineers, who would conscript with the military, or be conscripted if they had talent sometimes. Sometimes they would just get like drafted forcibly. Or they would sign up if they wanted the vocational skills, and they would apprentice other war engineers. And after a tour of duty or the end of the conflict, they would do civilian work. This was the case, I'm pretty sure, more or less up until the mid-19th century, meaning that up through America's founding and the Civil War, most of the well-trained engineers wandering the states would have been people who did work in the Army's Engineer Corps. I just think that's interesting. Yeah, the Army Corps of Engineers, which is, by the way, still an incredibly influential organization. The Army Corps of Engineers to this day maintains a ton of civic information that's publicly available because it's the Army, it's not a company. They don't have a profit motive, so they make it public. And it's used by engineers everywhere. The Army Corps of Engineers... How many people... Wait, hold on. How many people, actually? Army Corps of Engineers... Membership's not the right word, but hopefully it... size? Can we get... Approximately 37,000 dedicated civilians and soldiers. They're all over the world, too. It's not just in the United States. Mostly in the United States. Anyway, just interesting. The demands of warfare have often brought the most talented engineers to bear. Oh no, the Army Corps of Engineers is necessary to a ton of, like, very vital infrastructural stuff. Don't they, don't you have to get permission from the Army Corps of Engineers for the production of bridges in most of mainland America? If there's a bridge that needs to be built over a length of water that's greater than a given size, they have, like, a whole set of requirements and restrictions you have to defer to, and people they send out there to make sure everything's fine and so on. Yeah.
Was completely shaped by physical stuff. So there is room in his model for human behavior and for human ideas to shape society. But again, he conceived of this influence as environmental. And more specifically, he thought that people influenced society through conflict. So he thought that we should study the ways that people are coming into conflict with each other. And through that study, we can learn how they're influencing society. Since Marx believed that economic structures form the basis of society, he thought that we should study class conflict, and that class conflict was the predominant influence on society. But Marx thought that these conflicts were never fair. He thought that one side always had an institutional advantage over the other. As Marx put it, the ideas of the ruling class are, in every epoch, the ruling ideas, which he said was because the ruling class has control over the means of material production, which also gives it control over the means of mental production. And he continued to say that the class that does not have control over the means of mental production are subject to those ruling ideas. This is using a method called dialectics, which means trying to understand something by identifying what you think it's in conflict with, and then simplifying that conflict down to a binary. So it's one side versus another side. And then from there, you study how these sides conflict and how they resolve. So according to this logic, you can't understand the bourgeoisie by only studying the bourgeoisie. In order to understand the bourgeoisie, you have to name who they're in conflict with, which Marx said was the proletariat. So according to dialectics, you should understand the bourgeoisie.
It's not necessarily about the reduction of a conflict to a binary, than it is the understanding of forces and events and people and institutions through conflicts between it and others based on a differing class interests. And you through this process, you sort of I don't think it's not like a monstrously bad definition. I think it's fine. It's fine.
Based on their conflict with the proletariat, and vice versa. You understand the proletariat based on their conflict with the bourgeoisie. There's also an element of resolution in dialectics, which means studying what comes out of this conflict, which led Marx to predict what he thought would come out of the conflict between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Okay, I think it's time to tie all this together. By combining materialism, which again means that people are products of their environment, with historicism, which means to understand things in terms of their history, and to see history in terms of evolution, Marx created the method historical materialism. Basically, historical materialism tries to explain where society came from, why it is the way it is, and where it's heading. And it does the whole thing through the lens of materialism, dialectics, economics, and class conflict. And it constructs the whole thing using logic and verifiable facts. So Marx can say, if you have a problem with it, show me where I'm wrong. Now, with that in mind, here's a sketch of Marx and Engels' major claims that they produced using historical materialism. Picture this arrow as the arrow of human history.
Okay.
History is always moving forward in time. Along this timeline, there are periods of history. Each period of history has its own economic structures and its own class conflicts. As each period finishes developing, it essentially gives birth to the next period, leaving a distinctive thumbprint on it from the period before. The period before Marx and Engels' time featured feudalism and monarchy. That period essentially gave birth to the industrial capitalist period that Marx and Engels were living in. The predominant class conflict of their industrial capitalist period was between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The bourgeoisie have an institutional advantage in that period, giving them a monopoly on power. The accumulation of private property is what gives the bourgeoisie its power. As capitalism develops further, members of the bourgeoisie compete against each other and also oppress the rest of society below, extracting more and more money and more property from society, making themselves rich.
I feel like we've deviated a little bit from Marxist theory here. What he's describing right here, like stuff like this, is this isn't like Marxist in nature, really. This is just a kind of a basic framing of historical progression simplified for the purpose of the graph. It's not really like the like a Marxist take. Additionally, Marx would not have referred to a middle class. I don't know why there's a middle class between bourgeois and proletariat. They would just be proletariat. But yeah.
Compete against each other and also oppress the rest of society below, extracting more and more money and more property from society, making themselves richer and richer as wealth concentrates into the hands of fewer and fewer people, proportionately driving the rest of the population further towards poverty and propertylessness. As this goes on, the middle class disappears and the majority of the population becomes the proletariat. At some point, the oppression becomes...
No. The bourgeois and the proletariat, the terms refer to their relationship to the means production. The middle class doesn't refer to a relationship to the means production. You can say that the proletariat become more disadvantaged over time, or that the extent of the oppression is exacerbated, or as Marx would have put it, the accumulation of capital would have further centralized, thus leading to a greater disparity between the bourgeois and the proletariat. There are other classes besides bourgeois and proletariat, but they're usually subclasses. So like petit bourgeois, which we brought up earlier, or labor aristocracy, which are people who work for a living, but have a social, economic, and educational status that distinguishes them from an average member of the proletariat, like a doctor or a lawyer.
So unbearable that the proletariat band together as an oppressed class, rise up and reclaim society for their own, taking power from the bourgeoisie and making a new society where private property is abolished, which would also bring on the next period of human development, the first period that was supposed to be free of class conflict, which in his terminology would be a period of communism. Here's a famous passage from Capital, where Marx makes his claim about the self-destruction of capitalism. Along with the constantly diminishing number of the magnates of capital, which means wealth concentrated in the hands of fewer and fewer bourgeoisie, who usurp and monopolize all advantages of this process of transformation, grows the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, exploitation. But with this too grows the revolt of the working class, a class always increasing in numbers and disciplined, united, organized by the very mechanism of the process of capitalist production itself. The monopoly of capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production, which has sprung up and flourished along with and under it. Centralization of the means of production and socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist integument, which basically means shell.
Docs and lawyers are a subgroup of the proletariat. Seems like a stretch. No, remember, proletariat doesn't mean poor. Proletariat just means that you work for your pay. That your labor is what brings about your resource attainment, which lawyers do, of course, and doctors as well, unless they own a firm or a hospital, in which case that would make them bourgeois. But yeah.
This integument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. So Marx literally positions himself as a fortune teller here. He says, based on the developmental trends of capitalism, I can see its self-destruction coming. I can see the increasing exploitation and greed of the bourgeoisie and the increasing poverty and misery of everyone else. And he says he can even glimpse around the corner a little bit more to see the coming revolution and the next society, which he said was communist. And if you asked him how sure he was, he would say very sure. In fact, he thought it was inevitable. You might have noticed that I'm not spending a lot of time on Marx as an economist. He did spend a lot of time developing his theory of economics. But modern economists tend to think that he made too many mistakes for his work to really be that directly relevant on modern economics. So I don't think it's worth spending that much time on. But if you're interested in it, you're welcome to seek out explanations of it elsewhere.
So, or to put this another way, there are terms and processes in Marxian economics that I think are relevant today, but I do think that he has been outpaced somewhat. To put it another way, economic theory and research usually doesn't survive relevance that far past the era in which it was written. The idea that Marx's economic prescriptions in their entirety would remain that relevant in this modern era of cell phones is a bit naive. There are things that he has done and that he has said economically that are still worthwhile, but of course, when we want to learn about the modern economy, we have to learn about it from people who have been around to witness it. It's not all of it is mistakes. A lot of it is just like history moves forward. You know, it would be like going back to prescriptions made by Adam Smith and being like, "Ha, you know, you couldn't have predicted this." Well, I mean, yeah, he couldn't have. Um, I find Marx much more valuable for his sociological and his philosophical prescriptions, though I don't, you know, to the extent I think that you can separate them. For instance, a lot of the philosophical and sociological stuff that he said, like the idea, the alienation, remains perfectly relevant to the modern world. Perfectly. It's, in fact, it's only gotten more relevant, really. So I think it's important to understand, you know, maybe the nature of our economy has changed and grown more complex, but the nature of our social relations has not changed that much, at least not in some of the ways that he describes it.
I'm also kind of skipping over the revolution. It's something that I think people talk about a lot when they talk about Marxism. But I think for Marx, the revolution was probably the least interesting part of his theory. I think what was much more important for him was just...
Sorry, this is important. Bosch, one of Zizek's main critiques of Marx's claim that the limit of capital is that Marx overlooks how capital itself has no limit because it can morph itself through perpetual revolutions within capital. Capital has to revolutionize itself to maintain itself. For Zizek, capital is located in the Lacanian real, which resists symbolization. Well, I don't know shit about Lacanian philosophy, so I'm afraid I can't comment very much on that. But if you're referring to the tendency for capitalism to absorb critique into itself and regenerate based on those critiques without changing the meaningful nature of its exploitation, then I agree completely. Didn't they say that in Disco Elysium? This lady is so based. Real leftist theory. Oh wait, this isn't it.
It was real. I'd seen it.
Where is it? I'll find it.
I'd seen it in reality. The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it as it strangles and beats your friends to death.
I can't find it. What the fuck?
Most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human.
True. Disco spoilers? It's not spoilers unless you say spoilers. You retards realize that, right? You do understand that, right? This game is like 3 fucking novels of dialogue in it. It's just like another conversation. And then you see this, you're like, oh dude, that's it. That's the big twist. And you're like announcing it.
This general idea that the proletariat took power. And I don't think he cared that much about what form that took. So for him, just the proletariat taking power was the important part. So I'd rather just skip ahead and talk about what he thought that would look like once the proletariat came into power. In other words, let's talk about communism. After the revolution, Marx and Engels believed that the proletariat would stick together as a unified class, and they would rule based on a flipped dynamic of how Marx and Engels perceived industrial capitalism. Since they believed that the ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas, then the ideas of the proletariat would be the ruling ideas of the society. Dialectically analyzing the proletariat and the bourgeoisie led them to believe that the proletariat would be fundamentally socialist, meaning that the proletariat would rule this new epoch with socialist ideas. Here's Engels giving what I think is a pretty clear explanation of what that new social order would look like. Above all, it will have to take the control of industry and of all branches of production out of the hands of mutually competing individuals, and instead institute a system in which all these branches of production are operated by society as a whole. That is, for the common account, according to a common plan.
Holy shit, Araxia, I'm not reading all that. Oh my
all
god.
Members of society. It will, in other words, abolish competition and replace it with association. And then on the next page, private property must therefore be abolished, and in its place must come the common utilization of all instruments of production and the distribution of all products according to common agreement. In a word, what is called the communal ownership of goods. So all property that generates wealth, property that you can say rent or sell or operate to generate wealth, would go into the hands of the state, which also implies that the state would direct the economy and to some extent direct labor. But this probably wouldn't happen overnight. As Engels said, the proletariat would probably transform existing society gradually, which would start with bourgeois property, which would mean certain forms of...
I think it's important to remember that when Marx was writing this, fascism didn't really exist yet. So when Marx imagines like, well, what will happen when like the commoners rise up against the bourgeois? The natural answer to him is a socialist state, a dictatorship of the proletariat, you know, as opposed to any other potential outcomes, unfortunately.
Of the means of production. But then from there, they thought that the proletariat would find itself forced to go ever further, to concentrate increasingly in the hands of the state, all capital, all agriculture, all transport, all trade, until finally, when all capital, all production, all exchange have been brought together in the hands of the nation, private property will disappear of its own accord, money will become superfluous, and production will so expand, and man so change, that society will be able to slough off whatever its old economic habits may remain. I'm just going to rattle off a few more other points, and then I'll talk about all this. They thought everyone in this communist society would be
one of the things that I never really understood about Marx and Engels.
Points, and then I'll talk about all old
one of the things that I never really understood is that for people who rattle on about scientific socialism, this is the most like literal utopian stuff that you're going to get out of leftist theory, you know? Like, oh yeah, dude, and after the proletariat sees control of society, like, you know, everything will be good and they'll all get along and blah, blah. You know, I'm not just saying, this is a summary, of course. It's not the entirety of their writings on the subject, but this is always the point right here where people like roll their eyes and leave, right? Because the idea that like when all of the working people are in charge, things will just work out in this respect is a naively idealistic one that I don't think withstands much scrutiny. You can argue that things may proceed in this fashion, but I would have been much more interested if Marx had written on what changes could be made in order to incentivize development of proper political and economic systems after a proletarian revolution. But unfortunately, Marx and Engels did not write so much after the fact. They didn't give us the tasty handbook to post-revolutionary communism building. So, yeah. Not to say they didn't write on it at all, just
economic habits may remain. I'm just going to rattle off a few more other points, and then I'll talk about all this. They thought everyone in this communist society would be publicly educated because private schooling and homeschooling have class connotations. They also thought there would be construction of large public housing projects, which they interestingly called great palaces. Also, inheritance would be abolished, and there would also be equal obligation for everyone to work. And as Marx described it, the government would increasingly intervene with our income.
There's something that has outdated somewhat, no? Most socialists these days are some flavor of anti-work, unless they're one of those PATSOK or Dengist types where they're really just fascists or capitalists with a mask on. Equal obligation of all to work is also a little bit incompatible with the sentiment, you know, from each according to their ability to each according to their need. Depending on how broad your definition is for work, it can be a little bit, you understand.
Inheritance would be abolished, and there would also be equal obligation for everyone to work. And as Marx described it, the government would increasingly intervene with our income, or whatever products we make from our work. In his Critique of the Gotha program, Marx describes how this communist society would come in two stages. Since it had been birthed out of the capitalist period before it, capitalism would still have a thumbprint on the society, at least in the beginning, meaning that it has some growing pains to go through. So society, he thought, would still be tainted with the capitalist limitation. The problem is that people would be compensated for their work in proportion to how much they're working. That's a problem because some people naturally produce more than others. We don't all have equal ability to work. Moreover, we have unequal needs, so some people have different circumstances. That means that they need more than other people, for example, if they have children. So even if we all had equal obligation to work, and if we all had equal pay for our work, there would still be class inequality in the society. As Marx says, the one receives actually more than the other, the one is richer than the other, etc. So to him, this class inequality is an unavoidable shortcoming in the first phase of communist society.
Ooh.
In the higher phase of communist society, as he says, that shortcoming would be resolved. He pictured this phase being a phase of extreme prosperity and extreme abundance. And he says, only then may the limited horizon of capitalist right be left behind entirely, and society inscribe on its banners, from everyone according to his faculties, to everyone according to his needs.
You might note that all of this sounds remarkably naive and ill thought out, now in retrospect. Yeah, it does a little bit, doesn't it?
There's some debate about what exactly that means, but I think it's clear enough. Everyone works as much as they're able to, contributing in the best ways that they're able to, but no one privately owns the products of what they create, whether it's food or inventory or whatever. So whatever people produce in this society belongs to the public, and then from there you can take whatever you need, regardless of how much you worked, and also presuming you don't take in a way that creates class inequality. So what Marx and Engels are advocating for here is a society that's engineered in a particular way to eliminate class inequality. And yes, they are advocating for it. Some people think that Marx and Engels were just sort of dispassionately predicting this stuff, but that's not right. They were activists and they were.
It sounds like you're changing some stances recently. No, not at all. I'm still a communist. I just, I do believe that their best work, was undeniably in their critiques of capitalism. Everyone knows Marx for his critiques of capitalism. Nobody cites Marx for his descriptions of how to attain, communism.
Advocating for this stuff. They were morally disgusted by capitalism, and they wanted this communist society. The Communist Manifesto is a piece of propaganda that they wrote for communists in their time to try to speed up the fall of capitalism and to try to speed up the rise of communism. And the society that they advocated for was designed in a particular way to constrain freedom in any way that they believed was creating class oppression. Marx and Engels believed that any society that featured class conflict, meaning any society with class inequality, necessarily featured class oppression. And therefore, in order to get rid of class oppression, a new society would have to be made that's engineered in a way to have no class inequality. Even if we force everyone to work equal amounts and we force everyone to be paid equal amounts, we'll still have inequality. Some people are able to work more than others, and some people naturally have circumstances that are different.
And this is where the sociologist in me screams. If they are ensuring that everybody works the same amount, what system is being put in place to do so? Are there critiques here of the mechanisms of the police or of law and how that might reinforce systems of inequality? If you have a legal structure in a state that is ensuring equal work for all, how do you prevent that state from just designating certain people in charge of labor allocation and then allowing them to acquire more power? The answer is it just doesn't get solved. Not here, at least.
Some people are able to work more than others, and some people naturally have circumstances that are different than others. So the only way to create a society with class equality is to create a network of constraints that make it happen. Some of these constraints are banning inheritance and private schooling and homeschooling, and of course banning the right to own private property. But there's another constraint that might be the most important one of all, and that constraint is on political freedom. The society I just described is a totalitarian.
The Paris Commune functioned well and had less crime during its brief period. The Paris Commune was not global communism.
Society. The society I just described is shaped through and through by communism and socialism. It's not a society shaped by a plurality of influences. So if you're not a communist or a socialist, your opinion is not welcome in shaping this society. They did not describe a society with a multi-party democracy, where if you're not a communist or a socialist, you'd have a political party that you could affiliate with. What they described was a society based in the rule of the proletariat, and they described the proletariat as socialists and communists. You can find quotes from Marx and Engels that support democracy, and some people use that to...
I don't understand the argument that's being made here. Marx argued in favor of a dictatorship of the proletariat and argued the proletariat would be socialist. But I don't believe he said there should be party abolition of those who disagreed with the prevailing socialist thought. Dictatorship at that time just meant rule by. That's the translation of the term. He wasn't saying that, like, it should literally be an autocracy. Yeah, I don't think, yeah, no, I disagree with this.
To say that Marxism is necessarily democratic, but that's not the obvious conclusion from reading their writing or studying their work. When they were urging the proletariat to overthrow the bourgeoisie and take power, they were urging at their time a minority of people. They did
what? The proletariat were a minority in the 19th century? What? Does he think the majority were bourgeois? Perhaps he thinks the majority were middle class.
Didn't tell the communists, the socialists, or the proletariat at the time to wait until they had a majority before they took power.
Wait, the proletariat were the majority. That they were the proletariat. You could argue that within the proletariat, not most of the proletariat were socialists, but we don't make our arguments based on that. We don't say, for example, like, yeah, you know, back in like 1860 America or whatever, yeah, you know, we should free the slaves. And then it's like, well, that's authoritarianism, actually, because most people don't agree with abolitionism. Like, well, no, you don't, it is not authoritarian to argue in favor of the unpopular idea of liberation of the oppressed.
Engels even said in a letter, "It cannot be expected that, At the moment of crisis, we shall already have the majority of the electorate, and therefore the nation behind us.
Well, yeah, unless the majority were all socialist. That would be surprising. The majority would be proletariat, though.
That was not in the context of it being a deal breaker. So what they advocated for, at least in their lifetimes, was for a minority of socialists and communists, under the banner of representing the proletariat, to seize power, and then from there, impose their politics on the rest of society.
Yes. This is how all revolutions work. Revolutions don't usually have the post-revolutionary ideology dictated by a numerical majority of the population. Also, again, if your argument is in favor of liberation, I don't think that the proportion of people who believe in that liberation agreeing with you is necessarily, like, the determinant factor here. Should we have held off on, like, women's suffrage until more than 50% of Americans believed in it? Yeah. I think he means that in the 19th century, the proletariat did not encompass most of the population because most countries were still agrarian. No, I don't think so, because he said proletariat, socialist, or communist, as though proletariat was an ideology, or socialist/communist were class positions. He hasn't even mentioned the peasantry. No, I think what we're doing right now is the very standard liberal, it is authoritarian to do revolutions to free the proletariat type deal.
If you had a problem with it, you wouldn't have an outlet to do anything about it. All media would be owned by the state. Everyone would be publicly educated by the state. There wouldn't be an opposition political party that can pull society away from socialism and communism.
He's inferring this? Again, I do not think you can find in these writings, like in a proletarian dictatorship, it would be autocratic and there would be no room for dissent. What if the proletariat don't want communism, though? Listen, if the proletariat don't want to be put in charge of society, then once they're in charge of society, they can just hand it right back to the bourgeois, can't they? I mean, again, dictatorship of the proletariat literally just means a society ruled by the proletariat, aka like 99% of the population. What we're talking about right now is like, how dare you force a democracy? What if the people who then have the opportunity to participate in that democracy don't want to be in a democracy and they want to be impressed instead? You could argue this against democratic revolutions, like, oh wow, you're going to force democracy on the population? Not everyone believes in a democracy, you know? It's like, well, okay. They're going to teach you pro-democratic ideals and they're going to fight against you if you're an authoritarian after having a democratic revolution. I mean, yeah, kind of, a little bit. Stop beating your camera. Yeah, like I said, I moved my camera, so I think that the clamp needs to be tightened. So it's wiggly.
And they didn't want this just to happen in one country. They wanted this to be a movement that swept the entire world.
Yeah.
So that's something to think about when we're talking about classical Marxism. This is a serious subject with serious implications.
Well,
you could probably find a way to interpret or adapt classical Marxism in a way to make it not totalitarian, but their vision for—
okay, again, nothing about what they've written here is totalitarian unless you sincerely believe that liberatory revolutions are innately totalitarian. Oh my god, he's they posting now? No, he's not. Okay, tune down your dog whistle sensors. This guy hasn't said anything I disagree with that's worse than him being a liberal.
For a communist society, very much is. Since Marx and Engels' time, capitalism has in some aspects moved away from what Marx and Engels predicted. So we have increased workplace regulations now that make working a more pleasant experience. And we also didn't experience the increased poverty for the middle class and for the working class that they predicted. And instead, we've experienced a long period of prosperity, especially for the working class, making absolute poverty—
oh no, oh god, I guess we're in full critique mode now. Okay, so his arguments about communism being totalitarian, as cited by Marx, are just flatly wrong and a misinterpretation of the text. This extreme poverty rate that the, the World Economic Forum loves to fucking jerk themselves raw over, is set to an embarrassingly low standard. The idea, like, the problem is that depending on how high the threshold you set for how many people are living on $1 per day or less, or how many dollars or so, like, yeah, if you set it to $1 or $2 a day, it's fairly impressive. If you set it to 5, it's a lot less impressive. And if you set it to 15, then it's way, way, way less impressive. The current argument that I subscribe to is that capitalism has displaced the true proletariat internationally. So while we may not tolerate, marshwater slums here in the States quite as much, we will tolerate them in Bangladesh and Indonesia. So we displace the economic production of the true proletariat out into the developing world, and we allow them a fraction of their potential standard of living, because if life got too good for them, they wouldn't work in our shitty sweatshops. So maybe things will get better for them in the sense that it would be preferable to a state of absolute deprivation, but that's not the same as them being like allowed to develop economically in the way that we have. And that's why the IMF and the World Bank have long worked to liberalize other developing countries insofar as they should be made more amenable to American business investment. The idea being that these countries may, in an absolute sense, make more money if American businesses see fit to invest there. But if you take a look at the history of countries and their development over the past 100 years or so, it's usually countries who are willing to adopt an internal and competitive industry using protectionist policies to break free of the trends of sweatshop labor. They find some niche. They find some value in economic development outside of being the bitches of American corporations. We're still using slave labor abroad, you know. It wasn't that long ago that the Supreme Court ruled that slaves who were owned by our corporations effectively should not be allowed to sue our corporations in court. Or it was just argued for, I think. And we have our own slaves in prisons, of course. Though I do think it's a critical distinction, slave labor used in prisons and slave labor used in, like, East Africa. There's definitely a, it's bad out there, folks. Anyway, all of this is a product of capitalist labor relations and the displacement of the proletariat. Maybe things get better in our country, but have they gotten better worldwide? In an absolute sense, yes. Oh god, wow, that really is wiggly. In an absolute sense, yes, it has. But relative to what it might have been, perhaps not. So, there we go.
Something that's becoming a thing of the past. So most modern Marxists have probably abandoned class as a subject. If you want to see a catalyst...
What? Whoa. Most modern Marxists have abandoned class as a subject? You can't, how can you... You can't even be a Marxist if you what? I don't even know what that means. I don't think there's a way to be a Marxist while abandoning class as a framework of analysis. I don't even know if that's a thing.
For that, you can look at a letter by an influential Marxist named C. Wright Mills, who wrote in 1960 that he's not sure why Marxists are still clinging to the working class as an agent for the revolution. And instead, he suggested that Marxists focus on the cultural apparatus and on intellectuals to build the revolution, which was
That's not abandoning class as a frame of analysis. That's only indicating that one's class relations might not necessarily be a deterministic force in what political causes one will support. And that's true. I'm fine with that. Yeah. Members of the proletariat can be aggressive advocates for capitalism in ways that did not used to be the case.
The message that was picked up by American college students in the 1960s called the New Left, who felt that C. Wright Mills was speaking to them directly, which was a movement that went on to adapt Marx in all kinds of different directions, including identity politics. But I've already made a video about them, so...
Identity... Okay. Literally doing the postmodern... Guys, you need to pick and choose your criticisms. What he's saying right now isn't incorrect. 150 years ago or whatever, back when Marx was doing his writing, it could be reasonably assumed that most members of the proletariat had at least sympathies towards proletarian liberation. If you went up to an average person who worked in a factory, you know, some textile mill, whatever, it's reasonable to believe these people were highly discontented with their situation and at the very least antagonistic towards their boss. Nowadays, people who make minimum wage are just as likely to be, you know, Milton Friedman cock-sucking free market advocates as people who are uber wealthy. There are members of the bourgeois who are social democrats, and there are literally tens of millions of minimum wage making Americans who have policies and beliefs on the poor, which would rival that of the most malicious Scrooge-like robber baron of the 19th century. So what we're talking about here, the new left, is merely a shift towards the idea that one's class position as a member of the proletariat is not enough for one to be an ally of the working class. In order to be an ally of the working class, you need to be sufficiently ideologically disposed. Hence, a greater focus on culture and education. This is something that I agree with fully, unless there are people in chat who believe that simply being poor will make you a socialist. And I have a bridge to sell you if that's the case.
So if that's interesting to you, I would just check that out. I think it's about time that we got around to answering the question of the video. What is Marxism? Well, Marx is the guy. Marxists are people who are inspired by him. And Marxism is what comes out of both Marx and Marxists. So Marxism refers to both the beliefs and the behavior of Marx and Marxists. This is a sensitive point for a lot of people. And I think a good way to go about this is to move away from Marxism for a second and give another example. Think of Christianity. Christ was the guy.
Oh,
Christians are the people who are inspired by him. And Christianity is a subject that comes out of both Christ and Christians. So whatever Christians get up to, even after the death of Christ, adds to the subject of Christianity. This is how we...
Not technically incorrect, but an interesting parallel, if I ever heard one.
Treat any school of thought that's tied in with someone's name. People are allowed to interpret it differently and adapt it differently according to their times. There's not an asterisk next to Christianity that says that Christians have to be held to strict fundamentalist standards. Just like there's not an asterisk next to Marxism, saying that Marxists need to be held to strict fundamentalist standards. So both Marxists and Christians don't literally have to be in 100% alignment with what Marx or Christ advocated. They're allowed to adapt it to their times. And this is specifically not giving them special treatment. This is how we treat any school of thought. If you want to see another example of that that's not religious, look at Hegel. Hegel's the guy. Hegelians are inspired by Hegel. And Hegelianism is the subject that comes out of both Hegel and Hegelians. Marx was a Hegelian. Marx adapted Hegel and still counts as a Hegelian. You can include Marxism in the history of Hegelianism, even though they adapted it. This is how we treat any school of thought, even if it's named after a person. You're allowed to adapt it, and it still counts, as long as what you're doing is in some way coherent. This is a weird level of insistence. If you want to add modifiers onto what you're saying, you can. So if, for example, you want to specifically say that you're referring to Marxism-Leninism, you'd be correct, and you'd even be adding precision to what you're saying. And if every single time you want to refer to Marxism-Leninism, you add that modifier, and you say Marxism-Leninism, you'd be correct every single time. But if someone also referred to Marxism-Leninism as just Marxism, they would also be correct. They're just being more general. So when I'm defining Marxism, I tend to say the things that I think generally holds Marxists together, which is this dialectical reading of society, where they see two groups in conflict, and it's down to a binary of oppressed and oppressors. And the nature of the oppression is systemic. And the only way to overcome it is to get power and to change the status quo. So that's how I define it, but you can define it however you want. The important part is that we're referring to the same thing. We're referring to Marxism as the subject of both Marx and Marxists. And on that note, this feels like a good spot to wrap things up. So I hope this was helpful, bringing some clarity to the subject of Marxism for you. So thanks for listening.
Okay. The first, like, 4/5 of this video, I felt like were not perfect, but still pretty decent reading. I have no idea what happened at the end there. I'm very confused by what happened at the end. He made a mistake. Marx did not say the working class will become poor if capital grows. He said it will actually grow, but at the cost of their social position, meaning the minority at the top will control greater wealth, and thus global inequality will increase. Yeah. Hugh and James Lindsay have been insanely helpful in my goal to understand more theory. God. Yikes. Huh. Well. Neat. Howdy. YouTube recommended you a Jordan Peterson video? Well, that's not really surprising considering the fact that I go on... I look at conservative videos on this YouTube channel, right? On to Jordan Peterson? Yeah, shit, I guess so. Look for ontological evil. Oh yeah, I saw this. Thank you, Republicans, for your bold leadership. I love a strong Republican Party. By a vote of 218 to 208, Democrats passed an amendment to the 223 NDAA that would require white supremacist Nazi supporters and extremists to be removed from the military. Check out those yay votes from Republicans right there. Should we remove Nazis from our military? 100% of House Republicans said no.
Woke moralists We'll see who cancels who.
Now that's an endorsement. Literally, the Nazis are bad, Bill. Yeah. Yep, yep, yep. How come you call yourself an anarchist but support the dictatorship of the proletariat? Okay, so the problem is that every anarchist is dumb except for me. I'm the only good one. Listen, okay, I'm with them on like 99.9% of things, but anybody who unironically believes there's any way of achieving a stable, developed, classless society without the facilitation of some kind of transitory state is actually insane. You know, I sympathize with, like, if I'm following anarchists on social media, like, I'll agree with 99.9999% of the shit that they say, but the idea that, like, yeah, here's a type of society that's literally never existed or functioned, and everything in all of human history runs contrary to it because hierarchy has been the default, and we're just gonna, like, make it happen with absolutely no oversight. We're literally just gonna fucking dive in the deep end, and this will totally work out, and we're not just gonna form a bunch of warlords. Yeah, I don't believe that at all. Isn't that higher or lower communism? Well, lower communism would have just been socialism in the Marxian sense, and that would involve the dictatorship of the proletariat, so... But yeah, libertarian socialist is the term that's probably best to apply to me. New JBP is dropped? Hold on.
Breasts, 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 breasts. And second, come. First.
I agree. I think this is a big hit from the professor. It's a big hit. Vosh, that's like super naive and surface level understandings of anarchism. Listen, I don't want to get into this again because I always win, and frankly, it's boring, okay? I'm wearing like 5 trillion tons of dense neutron star forged training bracelets that weigh me down, and I even now I know there's no shot. Listen, I've talked with anarchist figures in public or in DMs or whatever else. I do not get it. Like, yeah, we'll just make all this happen, and we can't use electoralism, and we can't weaponize the state, the most powerful institution in human history, in order to do it. We have to simply, through unorganized protest and class consciousness, make this incredibly complicated, unprecedented, fragile bit of social architecture manifest. Yeah. I mean, Twitter anarchists of a surface level understand. Oh yeah, okay. Listen, personally, I think you can be an anarchist and still believe in a transitory state because I believe in anarchism of the heart. True anarchism is right here, guys. Okay, right there in the heart. That's what matters. We all support a transitional state. What the fuck? I do. And we're all good. It's all good. Why are you slandering us? Do you really think there aren't, like, prominent people who call themselves anarchists who don't believe in a transitory state? If so, then I'll give you access to my email account, and you can go respond to those people, okay? Because I'm tired of it. Every time I say anything about anarchism, people being like, you can't be an anarchist because you believe in electoralism and a transitory state. You can deal with them, okay? I'll forward their shit to you. True anarchism is the friends we made along the way. Yeah, kind of, right? Little bit. What do you consider the Mahmaviya Black Armor to be? Now, what I consider is that if it's not happening directly before my eyes right now in my room, I don't give a shit. Nothing that has ever happened in all of human history, ever, even comes close to the logistical nightmare that would be establishing communism. The idea of forming a classless, stateless society is such a deviation from all of human history and social organizing. This is not something that we will naturally fall into, you know? I often feel like anarchists, or lefties in general, will fall into a kind of weird, lefty version of biological determinism, where they seem to be under the impression that human beings are like these innately morally good entities that are just being restricted from our natural state by oppressive institutions, and that in absence of those institutions, like, we would all just like work along and collaborate or whatever. But then I ask very basic questions like, well, how would you deal with this one guy being an asshole? And all of a sudden I have people typing out like fucking paragraphs about how this wouldn't actually happen because absent other material forces, nobody would be mean to each other or something. And like, it all falls apart, you know? You know, there are anarchists on Twitter who will legitimately say that in lieu of a police and justice system, which would be oppressive, of course, when people do bad things, they should just be exiled from their community. I have no idea what, like, lightless, grassless den from which that particular tweet that I once saw was typed. I have no idea what, like, pit beneath the earth that is several months' travel away from the nearest patch of grass that must have been typed from. How do you enforce that? Yeah, I love being sentenced to exile while in the middle of Los Angeles. What the fuck does that even mean? What about anarchist militias? I want you guys to think for a second, okay? Think, close your eyes and think, okay? Now open them. Oh my god. You're black. You're not just black. You're coal black. You look sick as hell. You can stay in the sunlight for slightly longer without getting sunburnt. You're in Alabama, post-anarchist revolution. Somebody, a white woman, accuses you of raping her. You've never seen her before in your life. She actually just cheated on her husband and is looking to get out of it. The local anarchist militia shows up. How secure do you feel in the likelihood that this militia is going to have the necessary legal knowledge to give you a fair trial? Yeah, militias shouldn't be doing criminal justice work. Militias are for shooting. That's what militias do. If you have militias doing trials, that's called a lynching. Unless it's like a militia of extremely legally educated, you know, like... it's some wacky shit. Hey, Merrick. Well, we still have Batman. Batman is eternal. I'll have him no matter what. Also, hi, Tempest. You don't understand anarchism is magic, then never do that. Guys, I've talked to plenty... It wouldn't be that's illegal, people can't do that. It would be, I don't know, what, that, I don't know, because they don't believe in laws. I don't know. I think it would just say people can't do that. I don't know. There are, guys, of all the, like, schools of leftist thought that I, have beef with online, the anarchists are better than all of them put together, like, massively. I only beat up on them right now because it's funny. But, like, for real, though, like, in terms of the broader groups I've dealt with online, if you had to break it down into, like, communists, anarchists, soc dems, and liberals, the anarchists I'll agree with, like, more than I've agreed with the other three combined altogether. Though, I'd probably agree with communists more if it weren't for the fact that 90% of people who call themselves communists are tankies. A lot of people who call themselves socialists are pretty cool, but when people call themselves communists, they tend to be insufferable. Dem soak erasure? Yeah, no, yeah. Well, dem soak is like dumb. Socialism can't be socialism without democracy. Socialism has to be dem soak, right? I mean, I wouldn't believe it's socialism if it wasn't democratic, so. Is Marxist better? I mean, I think Marx is cool. No, funny rhetorician, I didn't. Are actors the only ultra-wealthy who can be considered proletariat because their labor isn't inherently exploitative? I think actors would be broadly categorized as labor aristocracy. But most actors also own something that they get dividends from, so it kind of varies. The act of being an actor, I think, would be labor aristocracy, but I think there's a categorical difference in a Marxian sense between labor aristocracy in the sense of being a lawyer and labor aristocracy in the sense of being an actor. Because a lawyer is labor aristocracy because of their high level of education and skill set, whereas an actor would be labor aristocracy because of their immense cultural power. Those are different things. I don't know. I feel like it's a broad umbrella. Am I a labor aristocrat? in this, if we're talking about cultural power, then I would be a minor labor aristocrat. If we're talking about like educational attainment, then I don't think so. But yeah, if we're talking about cultural power, then yeah, probably. Most people probably don't have like millions of unique individuals watch the stuff that they say out loud. You know, that's a pretty unique level of engagement. Most actors aren't rich. Yeah, most actors aren't rich, but I think they meant like big actors, you know. What's your take on the whole ADHD, autism, OCD wouldn't exist without capitalism because their need for labor is what made these people label on those things? That's kind of true. Yeah, that's not totally true. It's kind of true. The range of human neurological behavior would continue to exist, but the distinctions that we place are based on what types of behavior we consider acceptable. And what behavior we consider acceptable has changed depending on a variety of cultural factors. So the things that you are would still be the same. Your brain could be the same in a non-capitalist system, your neurological state. But how people treat that and how people categorize that can differ based on the system, you know? So, like, for example, like, you know how it seems like basically everyone is autistic these days? The truth of the matter is, that's always been the case, okay? Humans, we're just naturally tismic. A lot of us, you know? The whole, like, range of acceptable behavior when it comes to, like, making eye contact or hyperfixation or noise sensitivity, there's always been a huge variation in how humans are. But the more we medicalize the subject, the more we fixate on finding people who are in one group or the other. It's a kind of segmentation that I don't like very much. The medicalization of neurotypical states as opposed to others. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. It can get, yeah. Which is how autism diagnoses started. Yeah, let me try to give you an example. This is the case for a lot of things. Okay, let me try to give you an example, okay? Imagine a feudal society, right? Where, yeah, okay. Imagine a feudal, God damn it. Imagine a, oh, there we go. I've got it now. Okay. So I'm gonna use kind of a simplistic version of a physiological condition here, but I hope you understand the point that I'm getting at, okay? So for most of human history, there were two places that you could get light from. You could get it from the sun or from some kind of lantern, candle, whatever. You know, you light a fire, campfire, whatever, okay? Now, these things in your day-to-day life are never going to be that bright. The light from a fire is never going to be that bright, and the sun is really far away. Also, don't look directly into it, okay? Now, I want you to imagine simplifying epilepsy down to something that you experience when you see strobe lighting. Imagine a society where feudalism progresses, you have, you know, technological innovations advance, you have, like, factories that are built, electrical lighting is invented, and these electrical lights begin to flicker, like, naturally. Like, it's like 1907, and electrical lights flicker all the time because you work in a shitty factory or whatever, and people start getting epileptic conditions based on that, because now, all of a sudden, it's possible to be experiencing, like, flickering lights, when before that wasn't really a thing. Now, all of a sudden, doctors are seeing all these people get sick or have, like, seizures or whatever, and they start categorizing the brain states of people who experience those conditions, and they're like, oh, epilepsy. And they start categorizing people in that way. And it's like, oh, what happened? Now all of a sudden epilepsy is this huge thing. And now there are so many people who have epilepsy. What happened? What's happening to our bodies? But in reality, like, the mental state, the brain state, it was always there. The conditions to exacerbate it necessarily, like, weren't. ADHD, to an extent, can be another thing. Like, ADHD symptoms can be exacerbated by the fact that at all times we have, like, a phone and, like, a million things we can do. For a lot of history, entertainment was going down to a local creek and, like, staring at water, you know? The environments that we're placed in have differing effects on our brain states, even if the brain state remains consistent through time, you know? So, yeah, I understand that I'm simplifying ADHD and epilepsy here, but I hope you get the point. I'm just saying that, like, it's never just as simple as, like, the condition itself. It's always contextualized by what we think is acceptable, and by the environments people are placed in. You know, you get what I mean, I think. Do you think restaurants would still exist in a post-capitalist state? Any society in which restaurants don't exist is one where I will be a terrorist against it. If a society doesn't have restaurants where I can go and get tasty food, I will give my life in service of bringing it back to square one. Yeah, the anarchist restaurant discourse, I remember. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I remember. I remember. Yep. Oh, another good example would be dyslexia. I imagine roughly the same amount of people have been dyslexic for a long time, but how much of an impact do you think dyslexia would have had before we developed writing, right? I mean, I'm sure it still had some effect, but I imagine once literacy became a thing, that was, instantly a lot more important. And the average person wasn't literate until around 150 years ago in our societies. There are places in the world where that's still not the case, you know? So it could have well been that, like, dyslexia only in the past century or so really has been like a true canoe. That's not true either. I'm generalizing here. These subjects require a lot of understanding and knowledge to like speak on specifically. I'm just trying to demonstrate the idea that our mind states aren't the only things playing an effect on what we consider, you know, restaurants are based. There's plenty of evidence that people in medieval societies were literate. Not literate the way we are. I think that the idea that people back in the Middle Ages couldn't read anything is largely untrue. Because, like, think about it for a second. It's not exactly difficult to teach basic literacy, you know? Now, teaching advanced literacy, the ability to write a book, that requires a very extensive amount of experience and education. But, like, learning a couple hundred words and, like, very basic conjugation and grammar to like write basics, like I'm pretty sure that like maybe not the average, but a lot of peasants back in the day could have written a basic letter, you know? Like I don't think it would have been super fancy or eloquent or whatever, but it could have been, and they probably couldn't have afforded the paper to write it on, but you know, it would have been, you know, some fairly simple, because basic literacy is essential for bookkeeping and a lot of other stuff that's pretty useful for the average person. You know, even if you're a farmer, like keeping track of harvests and being able to like write down basic dimensions and like coordinate instructions and inscribe stuff, and yeah, that's useful for everyone. Do you think OCD is a product of capitalism? Nothing is a product of capitalism. The social forces produced by capitalism can cause us to pay more attention to some parts of our brain state. But I'm pretty sure that OCD has been around for as long as humans have. Or whatever OCD is, whatever the brain state is. I'm pretty sure that that's like just a part of the way brains are built, you know? For some people, of course, not all people. Would sex work exist under communism? I mean, work in the way we understand it would not exist under communism. Would people have sex? I mean, yeah. But what would sex work be? You mean like brothels or whatever? If the women wanted to be there, the idea, I say women, I'm so sexist. Only women. It's a heteronormative communist future. No, if they wanted to be there. The idea, though, would be that all of their social and material needs would be taken, you know, would be accounted for. So there would be no need for them to be there unless they chose to be there. Yeah. Libertarian brain is definitely a product of capitalism. That is true. It's just a building full of horny people then? Well, wouldn't that be better? I don't know. Personally, one of the things that's always discouraged me from participating in sex work is the almost certain fact, that the person on the other end would rather be doing something else. If you could go to a brothel where you knew 100% that they're literally just there for funs and kicks, like, I have a feeling that could only better the experience, no? Speaking of, hello, Xander Corvus. Yes, artisanal sex work, of course. No one, Code Tunist. We got distracted, as we are right now, but we'll get there soon. Itchy nose. How would stuff be distributed post-private property? Well, I believe in worker co-ops as a transitory period. I don't care that much about the specifics of some hypothetical future post-private property, post-state, post-class world. I feel like we're far enough away from that I can't really make meaningful guesses at it. Okay, now we just see the joke questions. All right. I'm hardly the most well-read, theorist on these things. Though I do see others talking about the medicalization of the mind state far less often than I would like. It's an important issue, you know. So you read all theory? Yeah, that doesn't mean I found all of it interesting. I've read research that a lot of places where prostitution is legal, most of their clients are often lonely, wealthy guys who are looking for anything to get them over their loneliness, and it makes the sex awful. Well, yeah, sex work is expensive, as I understand. Generally, at least in the movies, when somebody says, oh, you'll go meet this prostitute or go to a brothel or whatever, we're talking hundreds of dollars, so probably not something that the proles are going to jump into with reckless abandon. You'll have wealthier people who are sort of paying down the fact that they don't really have good social lives. Which is unfortunate. It can be. I wouldn't do anything for less than $700. See? Merrick confirms. 700 is a lot of money. That's 1/2 of a 3090 right now, you know? Lost my V card to an escort. Yeah, it was like $200. 700 to me is 1 million. It has to be kept in mind that, like, right now the nature of sex work is shaped by the cultural forces surrounding sex work. You know, you can go back to various points in time historically in other cultures where you have like courtesans who occupy an honored role, or you have like those temple priestesses who will fuck anyone or whatever. I'm generalizing here very much. But right now, like, well, why would a person want so much money for the sex work? Frankly, it's because everyone is anticipates an unpleasant client, no? Like, think about it. Imagine you're a strapping young lad, okay? Or whatever. And you're dipping your toes into sex work. If you could guarantee with absolute certainty that every single person who visited you was attractive and pleasant to be around, I have a feeling that this is not something that you would require a tremendous amount of compensation for if you're already the type of person to enjoy casual sex. If you knew every person that you fucked was going to be hot and like cool to be around, I imagine that this is, for at least some of you, the pay would be a bonus on top. But of course, if it's work, that's not something you can always guarantee. And I think most people find having sex with people they find unattractive and unpleasant is actually really shitty. Actually, it's very unfun. You know, different strokes for different folks. But seriously, this is triggering. Can we move on? If you're triggered by anything that I say, you're free to leave the stream. There are probably multiple buttons in the UI of the device from which you are watching me that would allow you to do that. No, I did not burn plant. Full Metal Cringist, I don't really know. What would the word dollar mean under... Alright, these questions have degraded in quality. Alright. You will distract me no longer. All right. Since Jordan Peterson joined up with Daily Wire, my man has been kicking it in the YouTube game. He's got hey Doug, what we're focusing on? We're focusing on the man, the myth himself. The the prison camp doctor, the Kermit the Hog. We've got him here. A message to Christian churches. Message to Muslims. Okay. What makes a man desirable? Okay, wait, this one I have to see. This ain't what I'm looking at here, okay? I wanted to look at the Ukraine thing. Wait. Is the Ukraine thing 51 minutes? Never mind. We're not looking at a 51 I can't do it. We're watching the shorts. Sorry, life sucks. Here, there's a short. Great. But I want to see this one first. What makes a man desirable? Hit me with it, JP. I'm trying to up my game. Why does he look different here? Why does he look wrong here? Well, okay.
Women mate across and up.
Oh, dear God, we're doing the hypergamy thing. Oh, good Lord.
Success hierarchies. And men mate across and down. Women like men who are about 4 years older, cross-culturally. They like men who manifest signs of success, as well as being handsome and personable and all of that.
You've got it, guys. Be handsome, personable, and successful. Many have tried and failed to study the female mind, but what we've gotten is that the female mind likes it when things are good and dislikes it when things are bad. We're learning stuff today.
And the reason for that, as far as I can tell, is that they're looking to equalize the economic disparity that exists because women take a harder hit from sex and pregnancy than men. So they're looking to equal.
Women only like you being successful and pleasant and handsome because they're looking to equalize the disparity in effects brought about.
Up yours, woke
Okay.
We'll see.
I could do a whole segment on this easily, okay? So this is what is known in the field as Evo Psych Babble, okay? You've probably heard me make fun of evolutionary psychology multiple times in this stream. Evolutionary psychology is, mind you, not an inherently bad discipline, okay? We are animals. We evolved in order to reproduce. Obviously, we are subject to the same natural laws as most anything else. And there are elements of our psyche that are developed from natural forces, things that we don't have much social control over. That is an influence that exists, you know? A baby's cry is biologically designed to grab our attention. When noises happen around us, we have an impulse to snap our attention towards them, even in situations where we know for a fact that there is nothing dangerous around us. Have you ever wondered why we do that, by the way? Like, you know that, like, you're in a classroom and you know somebody is about to go in the classroom, like enter the classroom that you're in. You hear the door open, you turn your head, and yep, it's exactly what you expected. Nothing new or interesting. And then you turn back around. People post-hoc rationalize the hell out of stuff like that. They're like, well, I still wanted to see. What you're doing right there is responding to a biological impulse. It's a danger checking feature. Really? No, there's so much, a ton of the stuff in our brain is just gummed up, evolutionary impulse borne out. The issue is that 99% of the time when evopsych is brought up in political discourse, it's a post hoc justification, where instead of evopsych being a way of explaining a phenomena, instead you have a phenomena that you want to not have a social explanation, so you assume an evopsych-like justification for it. Essentially, it's asserting evopsych as the explanation rather than like understanding it as a possible force. There are lots of things that humans have done throughout history that we have just ascribed to natural human behavior, and then it turned out that it wasn't. That is a very common thing. If you read up on like 19th century eugenicists and phrenologists and so on, and read what they had to say on human nature, there are a lot of behaviors that they assumed were innate that were really just products of their time. It's a pretty common fallacious argument. So what Jordan Peterson here is doing is he is so desperate to medicalize the differences between males and females that he is ascribing females' preferences for handsome men to a evolutionary desire to equalize the consequences of sex and the financial disparity that comes about from it. Essentially, that females, when they have sex, bear children. I'm saying females and males because that's what he means when he says it, men and women. The females give birth when they have sex, so they incur greater economic costs, so they're looking to compensate for that by finding men with certain attributes. He can make an argument that the success of men is important here. Why the pleasantness and handsomeness? It seems to me like a hasty attempt to rope everything into that justification. Vosh, I love you, I really do, but sometimes I feel like you overemphasize sociology and like completely disregard biology. What? He said pleasantness and handsomeness. Find me an evo-psych explanation for pleasantness and handsomeness that don't have cultural or social modifiers. This is like, there is a reason for this. Jordan Peterson belongs to the cult of pseudobiology that currently is manifested as the primary antagonist to like transliberation. The idea that not only are males and females different, they're different species. You've noticed that, right? From transphobes or like chauvinists in general, misogynists. Like in reality, men and women in real life are like really, really similar with complementary reproductive systems. And apart from that, it's we're pretty much the same. There are plenty of species on Earth with way more sexual dimorphism than ours. I'll tell you that. But often people like Jordan Peterson are insistent on exaggerating the innate biological differences, in part because it justifies a hierarchy between males and females. And in this case, I imagine because it contributes to the transphobes' idea that the bridge between males and females is some kind of uncrossable gap, as though it's not just like hormone washes in the womb, you know, as though it's not just like a fairly simple a process of exposing the body to certain hormone and hormone receptors to bring about different physiological changes. I'm reading a little bit into this, but of course, being anti-trans is like his main thing. And yeah, the notion that pleasantness is something women look for because they're looking to evo-psych blah blah, Jesus.
Realize that, and no wonder they're looking for someone this is for long-term mating, who's competent and generous. Competence.
As opposed to males who do not look for competent and generous people. Yes, again, we've done more in-depth research, and as it turns out, females and females alone like it when they partner up with people who are cool and good. Interesting stuff there.
This would be intelligence, general cognitive ability, and the markers that go along with that. They want conscientiousness or openness, as well as other desirable personality traits. Women mate.
That was it. So again, that bit at the end there would have made sense if he was just referring to the reasons why humans look for certain traits in other people. I do believe that humans generally have a strong set of evolutionary biases towards certain characteristics when it comes to choosing people to fuck and to spend their lives with. I mean, people generally like it when the others are successful, smart, handsome. But to say it's a woman thing? Yeah, I don't know. Kind of weird. Keep in mind, this is from the guy who said that we've never had men and women working together in the same workplaces before, and that he doesn't know what the rules are, and he doesn't know if it can work. Remember that? That's early Jordan Peterson. Remember? Yeah, that's early JP, where he's like, well, we don't know. We don't know if men and women can work together. Are you serious? Yeah, wait, that's one of... Wait, the clip in which that was said has like 50 million views. Hold on. Jordan Peterson... don't know if men and women can work together. Can I just find the clip? It's all like the big interviews or whatever. But yeah, this is like a classic. Just give me the... He says it somewhere here. He says it lots of times. It's not only said once. Whatever. You made a video on it? Did I make a video on that? I might have made a video on that. Well, whatever. Yeah, okay, hold on. My thoughts on the Russia-Ukraine war. Give me the short. I can't... 51 minutes. 51 minutes from this guy's brain.
I think it's a catastrophe that we didn't integrate Russia into NATO when we had the opportunity.
True! Anarcho-NATOists unite.
Because we had the opportunity, and we squandered it. And that was a big mistake, and God only knows what we're going to pay for that. I'm very nervous about the fall, because the food front looks dismal. The best projections I've...
The Twitter squirrel has a good thread with every JP clip. Does anyone have a couple of good clips from the Ukraine thing? Like from Twitter or whatever? I can't do 51 minutes because I can't stream that late today.
Encountered suggest that 150 million people will be hungry by the fall, and that'll mean mass migration into Europe. Minimum, apart from the...
Wait, is that going to be why it's bad? We'll have mass starvation, which will, of course, lead to non-whites in Europe. There is going to be a food shortage coming up, I'm pretty sure, though. That's true. So prepare for that. I don't need to prepare for it because I'm a wealthy urbanite. You guys have to prepare for it, though. Stack bean cans.
Deaths, which fall particularly heavily on children. We've got a mess on our hands. I think it's a catastrophe that we didn't integrate Russia into NATO.
That's it? The only thoughts are that there's going to be a food shortage? Nah, where's the real video? If you 2x speed the video, you can get through it. If you 2x speed the video of Jordan Peterson, his voice would be pitch shifted so high we can't understand it. Think! Where the... Here's the Twitter thread. Let's go. All right, we're getting the clippies.
Degenerate.
Oh, right off the bat.
And are we degenerate in a profoundly threatening manner? I think the answer to that may well be yes. The idea that we are ensconced in a culture war has become a rhetorical commonplace.
Has become a rhetorical commonplace. Profound, my man.
How serious is that war? Is it serious enough to increase the probability that Russia, say, will be motivated to invade and potentially incapacitate Ukraine merely to keep the pathological West out of that country, which is a key part of the historically Russian sphere of influence? And are we degenerate?
Oh, so that was just the full-on neo-Nazi argument. Nice. That's the, yeah, that's the full-on, like, military acquisition is necessary to prevent the degeneracy of other cultures from, yeah. No, that's just a full-on Nazi argument, yeah. The West means legalizing gay marriage, so Russia may or may not have a right to commit a fucking war and kill thousands and thousands of people. To keep their neighbors from being gay or something.
That sex and race trumped qualification, and that a moral case was made for that decision.
What?
But it remains true that sex and race trumped qualification, and that a moral case was made for that decision. And that in and of itself does not provide indication of Western derangement. But.
Yeah?
When the self-same candidate was asked directly in an interview during the confirmation process, the very straightforward question, what is a woman? Which, granted, was a gotcha question, which only goes to show the severity of our current level of derangement, and so is no excuse for failure to answer.
I'm telling you right now, dude, they're going to be gassing your asses in the chamber, and when you are like covered in fucking Zyklon B skin burns, leaning up against the port window, slamming on it, saying, "How can you do this?" They're gonna say, well, you can't define what a woman is, and then you'll die, and that'll be the last thing you ever hear. Obviously, this is a subject for which they have absolutely no interest of engaging. You have to understand that from the perspective of the fascist, the idea of men and women being distinct entities is an epistemic universal truth that the left is committing cosmic evil by challenging. Like, to them, the left might as well be upending the earth and tearing the stars from the sky. It's not like they don't care about, they don't want an answer. They only, their indignancy. I mean, you can say based all you want, but you have to understand that they're going to respond to it with the behavior of somebody who sees, to them, the earth torn asunder and the stars pulled from the sky. They'll kill you over it, guys. They'll kill you over it. They're only talking now because they have to, but they will kill you over it. It's too fundamental a thing to them. For such a silly thing, too. It doesn't take much brain power to understand the basics here. But you have to understand that this outrage of the natural order of things is directly analogous to what, say, southern plantation owners felt the natural ordering of the races was. Not to say that believing that there are two genders is the same as literally owning slaves, but to conservatives, the idea that men and women are fundamental biological realities that can't be challenged by any kind of social intrigue, that is the same as how the slave owners believed that the dominion over the earth given to whites was an innate biblical part of the world. Black people are beasts of burden to them, blah, blah, you know. The response is the same. Do you remember what the slave owners did? They seceded and then declared war on us. And then a bunch of them died. Then we Vernon Sherman'd our way down. I'm only pointing out that these rhetorical games with the, can you define woman? All this is only being done to win over the middleman. That is it. The only reason there's any point at all in engaging in this discourse is to bring over the people who are capable of and interested in listening to these questions and their many answers. For the people like this, you know, it's really just, they're laying the groundwork brick by brick, waiting to the point where they no longer need to ask the question to prompt their answer.
She said, I'm not a biologist. That is not a good answer. But it remains true that...
I thought it was a funny answer, actually.
We were enjoined by the Biden administration. We were enjoined by the Biden administration and the woke allies it panders to shamefully and unceasingly to celebrate the positioning of the desired nominee on the basis of the initial call for her nomination. That is, on the basis of her sex and race. At precisely the same time that we were also enjoined to remain entirely dubious, again on moral grounds, that any such category as sex even validly existed.
This is what I mean. What he just said is absolute nonsense. He took, like, how many seconds? 36 seconds to arrive at a single statement, and it was nonsense. Nobody on the left, well, I suppose if I say nobody on the open brackets, broad category, closed brackets, I'm always going to be wrong. The predominant thought on the left does not entail the idea that there is no social utility to using the term woman. Leftists say woman all the time. Even crazy fucking gender abolitionist types like me who believe that sex is a social construct. We still say woman. Everyone does this. It's not unclear. But he manifests this confusion because, again, as I've said before, he's trying to trick his audience into being as stupid as he's pretending to be. He knows that he's lying. He's fully aware of the fact that the rhetorical games he's playing right now don't actually reflect reality at all. Can you explain why/how sex is a social construct? Because sex, as with our perception of gender, is a bimodal system, and the points at which we designate somebody as a member of either sex are blurry in the middle. It's in the same way that it is a social construct when blue becomes green if you find a gradient between the two. You can identify that blue and green both exist. You can identify that there's some bluish-greenish action happening in the middle. But at the end of the day, the decision to say, okay, well, this has to go in this category and this has to go in this category is always going to involve some degree of social arbitrarity. Which is fine. This is the case for basically all categories. I've heard people get mad at you for calling it bimodal. Yes, well, very much like Jesus Christ Almighty, born of Nazareth, people do get angry when I drop truth.
There is a principle, the principle of non-contradiction, acceptance of which, in principle, serves as one of the foundations for the practice of discourse itself. That principle is the
Gender is bimodal, sex isn't. Sex is determined by the presence of a Y chromosome, and yet there are chromosomal abnormalities. Also, that is still not the case. There are people who have a Y chromosome who are in every physiological, biological sense, cis female. They have everything, in every sense you would look to what biological characteristics a cis female might have, they have it, and yet they have a Y chromosome. If you were to look at that person and go, well, actually, you're a male, and therefore JP would go, then they're a man, it's nonsensical. Absolutely nonsensical. At the end of the day, what we designate these categories to refer to is an exercise in, well, social arbitrarity. We do so in order to serve human utility. That's it, really. There are blurry lines in categories all over the place, especially when referring to, like, collections of things.
assertion that it is fundamentally unreasonable, irredeemably irrational to claim that A and not A are identical. Why?
What the fuck is he talking about? Am I just, like, not paying, like, he's just saying shit. What is he saying right now?
Well, because if you can claim that a thing is what it is and what it is not simultaneously, then you can claim anything whatsoever.
What is and isn't? What thing is he saying? What is and is not? What's happening? Why did he's really not that bright. Like, he's not even that good at doing the propaganda bit.
And if you can claim anything whatsoever as true, then it is impossible to talk with you. You have departed from the sphere of reason and reasonable discourse. You have departed from the realm of the rational.
What do you say? Like, it's just, she's just saying shit. It's all narrativizing. It's all, what's the term? I say bloviating a lot, but what's the term when, like, you're talking a lot and you're not actually making a point? You're just, like, reiterating the rightness of your point? Is it filibustering? I think there are a lot of words. Pontificating. No, I think pontificating is, I think pontificating is when you're thinking, right? Grandstanding. That was the word that I was looking for. It's all grandstanding. He'll take a minute, load it with 1,000 adverbs to make a single point, and then spend the next minute talking about, you know, again, laden with adverbs, yeah, wanking, essentially, over that point he just made. And the point that he just made didn't make any sense. But he grandstands.
This means that you have become deranged.
Ah.
This means that you have become degenerate.
Ah.
This means that all who fail...
Like, this is grandstand. This means you are bad. This means you suck balls, Lamau. This means your shit stinky. Like, it's such a pretentious, overbearing, self-obsessive way of talking. It's worse than how I talk. I know how I talk, by the way. I am fully aware of the fact that I stumble over my words constantly because my idiot brain goads me into using words that I don't know the definitions of, okay? I'm fully aware of how I am. And he is legitimately worse than me on every front.
Failed to call you on your deranged degeneration have become rowers on the same doomed boat.
Yeah.
Not the Russians. And are not the Russians and the Hungarians and the Poles and the Indians to a lesser degree
What?
watching and thinking, Those people have gone out of their minds. And we have, to say it again, clearly, the culture war in the West is real, and culture is losing. And
again, this is the Nazi argument. This is one-to-one identical to the Nazis talking about the Jewification of Western Europe. How the Nazis would talk about how they have white Aryan allies throughout Western Europe, but countries like France and England and America and what have you have been Jewified. Their culture becoming degenerate, forgetting the perceived innate superiority of the Aryan race. And so the analogy here would be Jordan Peterson would be an American, and Germany has just invaded Poland. And he's talking about how, like, from the perspective of the other countries in Europe, you know, how they don't see the road that the Weimar Republic was going down, you know? It's pretty direct. This is just the same logic. It's using nationalist militism as a way of opposing a perceived international conspiracy of degenerate liberalism. I like how he chose Russia, Hungary, and Poland specifically. Yeah, because he's right now trying to appeal to the far-right movements in all three countries. Polish people tend to hate Russian people for several trillion reasons, but there is a far-right contingent in Poland, and Hungary right now is well, non-democratic. They've sunk into fascism under Orbán. So, yeah. He knows what he's saying right now. He's attempting to appeal to the Axis here.
Russia is part of the West. And the culture war is now truly part of why we have a war. And it's a real war. And it is certainly the case that we do not, therefore, have all the moral high ground for some part of the reasons that
I have no idea what he's saying.
That Mearsheimer details. And
oh, there's Mearsheimer again. I really have to get a conversation with that cuck. I swear to God I can make him cry. He's old. And he'll probably be dead soon. We have to make him cry before he dies. My geopolitical theory is totally rational, guys. Listen, when despotic nuclear states invade their neighbors, just let them. They'll totally stop after they conquer their immediate neighbors. What do you mean despotic nuclear states with fascist leaderships that are unchecked by any, like, democratic system would invade countries outside their immediate geopolitical orbit? They wouldn't do that. There are no historical examples of countries invading countries that aren't directly bordering them. What are you talking about, dude? Love that. I love how Mearsheimer, like, has been, like, the #1 rallying figure for fascists and Russian apologists since the invasion began.
for these reasons of insanity. In fact, how much of it we have at all is something rightly subject to the most serious debate.
Well, I'm sure all the orphans in Ukraine will appreciate Russia liberating them from the tyranny of trans people or whatever.
And so the Russians believe that they have a moral duty and that they have the highest moral duty to oppose the degenerate ideas, philosophy, theology of the West. And there's something about that that is not wrong.
So is he making the argument that Russia invaded Ukraine because of LGBTQ people? Yeah, that is what he's saying, yeah. That there's an international degenerate force which is being produced predominantly by liberals in Western universities, like the Frankfurter School, an institution which has never had any anti-Semitic connotations ascribed to it, and that the authoritarianism and military adventurism of fascist countries is justifiable if it means, did I say Frankfurter School? Frankfurt, I'm hungry. Is justifiable if it means preventing that degeneracy. Again, there is a reason why Jordan Peterson looks like somebody time-traveled and got one of the doctors from Auschwitz-Birkenau and stuffed him in a modern suit. And it's because when they start building the death camps here in the States, he'll be saying this exact same thing. that America's defending itself against degeneracy. I mean, if he'll defend Russia fucking invading Ukraine and killing thousands of civilians because of trans people, why wouldn't he defend death camps? Like really. If war is acceptable because leftists understand woman XX chromosome, then what isn't? How do you define death camp? It would be a camp where you die. I'm not sweating the details on this one. You'd go there, it would be camp-like, and then you would die.
And all protestations to the contrary. None of us give a damn about Ukraine, and never have. Remember the Holodomor? Do you even know what it was?
The Holodomor?
And
what?
all protestations to the contrary. None of us give a damn about Ukraine, and never have. Remember the Holodomor?
The Holodomor? Couldn't they record over that? When he's trying to point out that he knows something that you don't? That, again, like, I live stream. When I misspeak, I'm live streaming. The Holodomor? The Dorohedoro? The Durarara? The Doki Doki Literature Club? Voldemort? Dumbledore? I remember. Cool, yeah, anyway, he wants you dead. Nice. Very fun. What's the point of bringing that up? He's trying to make people less sympathetic to Ukraine by saying it's hypocritical to not want Russia to invade Ukraine if you don't also know about the history of Ukraine. Which is really stupid, obviously. But, you know, he'll say it anyway. Won't stop him from saying it. Should I feel bad if I don't know what that is? I'm surprised, given the fact that I've seen you in chat plenty of times. The Holodomor was the Great Famine that happened under Stalin. That happened in Ukraine, mostly. Okay, just didn't know the term. Okay, yeah. Very good, very good. Very nice! Alright, we have to talk about the J.K. Rowling Matt Walsh thing, but first let me read donos. Philo 4K with the $10. I think he's wearing a concealer or tanner. Jordan Peterson? Maybe. It's getting old. Brenton Biggs and Gail M. Thank you for the $5 both. Voosh, do you like In-N-Out or Five Guys more? Five Guys is objectively better than In-N-Out, but they serve different roles. You can get In-N-Out and just like quick In-N-Out. Well, yeah, In-N-Out to the In-N-Out. And then eat, and you can keep walking. If you eat Five Guys, you're in a coma for the rest of the day. So, they serve different purposes. A big problem with the neurodiversity community is that they can't get diagnosis help they need, which is why self-diagnosis is accepted within ND circles. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with self-diagnosis, generally speaking, as like a template for understanding yourself while like working to get more, concrete help. It also depends on the thing that you're self-diagnosing for. I don't think that it takes like, a phenomenal amount of technical know-how to self-diagnose with anxiety. When people have anxiety attacks, they kind of know, right? Like it doesn't take that much, as long as you don't go overboard with it, don't go like making wild deductive leaps in ways that can be detrimental. You gonna go over the Republicans denying the 10-year-old rape victim who they had to get an abortion? I was gonna do that tomorrow. Yeah. 10-year-old gets raped, needs an abortion. Republicans say that didn't happen. It actually did happen. Republicans respond by attacking the 10-year-old and doxing her, right? Yep. Classic Republican behavior. Standard 101. I'll do it tomorrow. Double Corvid with the tier 2 sub. Thank you very, very much. Paying my viewing tax, Sag. Yeah, viewing tax is $20 a day. Pay up. You need more. Orson Z, the tier 1 sub. I mentioned what you said about Fully Cooley to my brother, wondering if he said the theme, and he said, the theme is coming of age. Well, yeah, it's a coming of age story. I just don't think that's mutually exclusive to what I said. Pasacaglia, thank you for the tier 2 sub. JBP eats mushrooms as a PhD. He's based on my book, even if he's sexual gender. Sorry for going into the screen, but it is. He is based... Wait, JBP eats mushrooms as a PhD. He is based in my book, even if he... What? In what respect is JBP based? Every time I've ever seen him open his mouth, he was like clinically retarded. Like literally every time I've seen him talk about anything other than very basic like 101 self-help truisms that anyone could figure out if they didn't have brain damage. Though I guess we should give him some credit because he literally actually does have brain damage and he still managed to write the second 12 Rules for Life book. He eats mushrooms. Click this link, Fosh. I don't... You mean like psychedelics? Okay. I don't care.
Up yours, woke moralists.
Gojo
We'll
Mojo,
see
thank you
who
for the
cancels
$5.
who.
Yeah, true. Arrow404, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate it. I get that. I like listening to stuff. Ellen Keller DIQ, thank you for the $5. Yeah, hope you enjoy your time in Southern Humboldt. Snur with the $10. Just cleaned a guy's
Up
carpet and
yours,
saw this
woke
stream in his YouTube
moralists.
Rex and his TV.
We'll
If you're
see
watching,
who
hello fellow
cancels
Boschite, I
who.
liked your Katara/Toph poster. Oh shit! That guy spent money on a carpet cleaner who spent 10 of it on this highly
Up
esoteric
yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels
Voosh
who.
in the wild. Am I hearing things or do I hear Discord notifications in your background? No, it's the Bono sound. Rented Biggs, thank you for the buck. Leafar, the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. Coffee Shop, the $2. That's also true. Samu Rao, thank you for the $2. Hold on one second. I gotta pull my shorts down. They've ridden past my... You know what? Hold on. Wait. All right. These shorts are misbehaving in the extreme, okay? We're gonna need to take advanced measures. Give me a sec. We're gonna fully readjust. I like wearing short shorts on stream, okay? It's warm. Gives me nice cock and ball room. Okay. Whew. Gotta have cock and ball room. I have very forward balls, you know? A lot of people have non-forward. I have never worried about sitting on my balls because I have very forward balls. Very, you know, very forward. Same, bro? You know what I mean. How's the weight loss? I've only been getting back into dieting for the past 2 days and exercising for the past week, so give me a bit more. I subbed a tier to see your balls, bro. Dude, there are ball pics of me for free online. You wasted your money. No refunds. Well, Matt Kinsman, the $10. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm really glad to hear that you enjoyed my my going over that video. And yeah, I'd be happy to go over it more. It's been a little while since we've talked about anything a little more theoretical. But those are old? Oh, you want my current ball pics. I see. You're at a social function trying to be normal and not weird. Meanwhile, your balls are like, hey, baby, how about you and me find somewhere quiet? Yeah, it's there's nothing wrong. Having big forward balls means a big, nice, constant bulge. Radiating sexual magnetism out to all the femoids in the vicinity. Kane, Sully, Pope Jupiter, Aidan Gagner, and Ophelia69. Thank you for the tier 1 subs all. I really appreciate that. Firework Fuse, the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Heron with the $5. Thank you very much. True. Philo 4K with the 5 Canadian. Thank you. Brenton Biggs with the 5. Thank you very much. Bong Ripper with the $10. Marks was true about everything. Or was right about everything. True. Celery Person with the $25. Thank you very much. That's awfully kind of you. Made some extra money and wanted to throw it around. 25 to you and 25 to a cause of your choice. If I leave before you read, I'll email to follow up. Shit, to a cause of my choice. 25 to a cause of my choice.
We'll see who
I don't know if I have one off the top of my head. Let me think. Oh, me again. No. I don't really have a big mental list of charities. Celery Person, it's dealer's choice, friend. You've got to go ahead and exercise that initiative yourself. I believe in you. Forever Project? Yeah, shit, why not? Oh, no, they said Planned Parenthood. Hell yeah, go for it. Hell yeah. Barkister Chronicles, the $5. Have you ever read Post-Capitalism by Paul Mason? Of course. No, I haven't. Marx had some unpublished writings of what happens, the price mechanism when information dominates the economy. Yeah, no, I haven't. I don't even know if I've heard of it. No, I think I've heard of it. It might be good. Still live with the $5. Do you think the Senate should either be abolished or reformed at least? I feel like they know. I'm okay with Senate abolition. If it's to be reformed, it can't, we can't do the whole 2 seats per state thing. I'm okay with abolition though. I would rather have a unicameral legislature nationally than I would have the Senate in its current form. Such a stupid idea. Yeah, I know Vorstherder. I'm not saying it'd be easy. Tech Noir Jackrabbit with the $5. I work for Cameron County in Texas, and I've been told I'm the first open trans woman in the county's tax office. Your stream always helped me through my stress. Hey, I'm really happy to hear that. Hell yeah. Well, keep it up and stay safe, okay? That's awesome. What U.S. state should we combine? Okay, fine. We don't abolish the Senate. Instead, we combine all of the red voting Midwestern states until we reach one with the population of California. That way we should be able to kick out maybe, what, 20, 26 red senators? And, yeah. Yeah, then split California 6 times. What's on your shirt? Oh, it's just a little, cute little anime house scene. See? Japan soy. Okay, listen. I think a lot of people overstate how cool Japan is or whatever. I will say, however, the fact that like the archetypical Japanese suburbs look like this is an objective improvement over over America. More dense with walkable paths between them that cars can't go down. I actually, when I visited Tokyo, I walked through some of these, and like they're actually really beautiful. Now, mind you, not all Japanese suburbs look like that. That's the archetypical Japanese suburb. So it's like the ideal image of one. Let me see if I can't find. Let me see if I can't find a photo, kind of what I'm referring to here. No, not that. That's a fucking Unity render. Yeah, the houses are often like this. They don't have lawns. They have like these little. This is kind of a less nice one. Let me see if I can find. It doesn't look bad. No, I'm just saying like it doesn't compare in beauty to the area that I went through. I don't mean to shit talk this house. You see them all the time in your slice of life anime. The setting that I'm describing is the one where the protagonist has toast in his mouth, and then he runs into his childhood friend who's going to the same class, and they both fall down. Yeah, like this. Yeah, like this kind of thing. I think these are really nice. They have like these fenced-in housing areas that aren't quite lawns, but they're all kind of built in a dense network that you can walk through relatively easily. I'm surprisingly just not getting photos of the exact thing that I'm thinking of here. How much stream time do I waste on this one? Let's think. How long do we allow this stun lock to continue? Maybe I'm Googling the wrong thing. Is there like a type? Maybe there's like a name for that type of liberal. Liberal. Neighborhood. Neighborhood. Is it, would they be called alley? Like if I just Googled residential alley, would that be it? Maybe? Yeah, stuff like this. Huh. I'm having a hard time finding what I was thinking of. I wonder if my brain is making it... Huh. Oh, well, whatever. If only, Red Cascadian. If only. It's genuinely impressive how much of Vosh streams are composed entirely of stun locks. I hope you all realize that the only reason why I'm as popular as I am is because of those stun locks. The fact that I'll fucking divulge into trains of thought or ramble about whatever I feel like, the fact that these streams are an authentic representation of my thought process, that is legitimately the selling point of the channel. I also don't really have any other way of behaving, so it's not like it's something I do by choice. But there are plenty of more professional broadcasters out there if people just want a rote delivery of news. All right. My perspective on this is not unique and not novel. It's entirely uninteresting. It is, in fact, the most obvious thing that one could say about this, but it needs to be said anyway. J.K. Rowling endorses transphobic documentary by alt-right commentator Matt Walsh. Appreciate Daily Dot referring to him as alt-right. He probably is, yeah. From J.K. Rowling quote-tweeting Matt Walsh, thus signal-boosting the obsessive fascist, who literally has fascist in his Twitter bio, and has talked about the need for men and women to occupy different roles. Endless death and rape threats, threats of loss of livelihood, employers targeted, physical harassment, family address posted online with pictures of bomb-making manuals aren't mean comments. If you don't yet understand what happens to women who stand up in this issue, back off. In response to Matt Walsh saying people get harassment for being transphobic or whatever. Matt Walsh says that he praises J.K. Rowling, and J.K. Rowling responds by saying, "And your film did a good job exposing the incoherence of gender identity theory and some of the harm it's done." Blah, 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 blah. So why is this significant? Well, first of all, it means I was right, you stupid fucking idiots. You pieces of shit. I was right. I was always right. You were all, Vosh, you shouldn't engage in ironic sexism when engaging with TERFs because they're very concerned about sexism. And it will only bolster them if you do sexism. Well, what the fuck now, lads? Huh? Matt Walsh is about as open of an anti-feminist as you can get outside of fucking Klan meetings. What now? Huh? They don't care. They're transphobes first and everything else second, okay? You can be as sexist as you want. If you're transphobic, they'll go along with it. And personally, and I maintain this, being able to laugh at casual sexism is a critical weapon against people like J.K. Rowling, whose fan bases right now, by the way, are conservative. Look at people replying to J.K. Rowling, signal boosting J.K. Rowling, quote tweeting J.K. Rowling positively. These aren't a bunch of well-meaning feminists who have been roped along by TERF ideology. They're 90% conservatives. They're not feminists. But the casual, joking ability to engage in derisive language, and by this I mean casual problematic humor of any kind, I've always considered to be an effective weapon against conservatism. Because what's the first thing they throw at us, right? You know? Oh, when they're bigoted, they're joking. We just can't handle jokes, you know? Conservatives love problematic humor because they see it as a representation of their legitimate bigotry. They like it because it's a shadow expression of their beliefs. And for that reason, the ability to weaponize humor like that towards positive ends has always been a really effective tactic against them. One of the big reasons why, how many times have you seen conservatives die on the Hill that George Carlin is a big woke asshole? A lot of historical figures, I don't know if he's a historical figure, but a lot of people in the recent past have been decried by conservatives as actually bad. Have they gone after George Carlin? No. Because going after somebody that irreverent, somebody that obviously willing to take and make a joke, is really difficult. Really, really, really tough. Do you remember when I was talking with Alex Stein, the guy who just a couple days ago sexually harassed AOC? You remember when I made a joke comparing him to people who defend the Holocaust? And immediately, and I love doing this, by the way, because he's of two worlds. First of all, boy's definitely some kind of crypto. Second, he has to maintain a veneer of professionalism. I don't. So I make a joke relating him to a Holocaust denier. And he's like, whoa, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't make jokes about the Holocaust. And I was like, whoa, I just like edgy, irreverent humor. Ricky Gervais is my favorite guy. You remember that? Please tell me you guys remember that bit from the debate. What'd he do after that? What'd he do? He backed the fuck off. He immediately backed off, moment after, immediately. Because to the right, the idea that the crazy left won't let us make jokes has been the delivery mechanism for years of bigotry. It has been like the forefront culture war tactic of conservatives to throw that forward. So if you demonstrate that you're capable of engaging in that behavior, you throw off a large portion of their ability to do anything to you. Sometimes they cry and they whinge about it, you know, they'll pretend that they're offended by your commentary anyway, but usually sticking to your guns puts the audience of that public figure in a difficult position. Because a lot of them don't think that you should get hysterical over little jokes like that. And I gotta say, folks, conservatives are kind of split on J.K. Rowling when she acts like that. Because on one hand, conservatives hate trans people. They want you shot in the back of the head. But on the other hand, what is J.K. Rowling but a triggered SJW when she gets offended by women get in the kitchen jokes? Is she not? What differentiates her from all of the whingy, blue-haired feminists on YouTube that were made fun of by the skeptics for years? Very little, outside the agreeing on trans people being subhuman. It puts the conservatives in a difficult position, which is why it is fucking critical that people on the left be more edgy. Drive those wedges. Just because J.K. Rowling doesn't like ironic sexism doesn't mean the conservatives who follow her don't. Drive it home. Because, guys, when J.K. Rowling is jerking off here with Matt Walsh, a fascist, who calls himself a fascist, who is unapologetic in every conservative belief that he holds, who is anti-feminist in every conceivable way, you really think that the switch on what determines whether J.K. Rowling and her followers are going to turn on you is whether or not you're sufficiently feminist? Ridiculous. Here's a question. If J.K. Rowling's followers are just a bunch of well-meaning feminists who have been deluded by TERF ideology, why the fuck do they not seem to care that much that she's palling around with one of the most aggressive advocates for anti-feminism and chauvinistic patriarchy? It's almost like the people who follow J.K. Rowling and signal boost her are largely conservatives these days. You get why I'm harping on about this, don't you? The ability to be more edgy and more irreverent than conservatives are comfortable pretending they want to be is a very important defense mechanism. It's shitposting power. It's a core element of advancing the political will of our group, because nothing makes us look more, crazy and more separate and more unfun and more bitchy or whatever, than dogpiling each other over perceived violations of wokeness that would have made Y7 children's cartoons. They're arguing now, though. Yeah, look. Respectfully, and I mean respectfully, you need to fall back and support men like Matt Walsh. You're not built for this conflict. This is being said to J.K. Rowling here. The failure and cowardice of men got us into this mess. Matt is standing up. You need to support him. Men have to fix this. It's a great line here. And by the way, I want you to think for a second. What exactly is prompting the disagreement that is about to happen? If not, an exposure of the ideological divide between true conservatives and transphobes who are useful idiots to conservatives. Like, think. Is there not a wedge being driven here? In this case, the wedge is being driven by this guy's, phenomenal brain. So he's doing the work for us here. But imagine leftists capable of drawing attention to this ideological conflict without them even needing to be stupid. Do you understand what I'm getting at? I hope I'm demonstrating this point effectively. I don't want it to come across solely as me bragging that I'm right. Me being right is an epistemic given. I think it's important to understand that this alliance is never as solid as it seems. Or, I'll put it another way. If you want this whole J.K. Rowling conservative house of cards to fall apart, it's not going to happen with well-meaning feminist appeals to J.K. Rowling. It's going to happen when you say things to J.K. Rowling that irritate her and a portion of her fan base, but excite the conservatives that are following her because she's a useful idiot. That's the critical point right there. And doing that without exacerbating reactionary tendencies yourself, that's the key. So I will own up to whatever reactionary tendencies I demonstrated with my women shut up joke, the Scarlet Letter, Handmaid's Tale world I brought us in with my Y7 problematic comedy. But anyway, let's see what happens when that divide is made manifest. Respectfully, I've been facing down the punch and kill Terps Brigade for a while now, and not once have I thought what I really want is to hand over to a man who thinks feminism is one of the worst things to happen to Western civilization. Like many women on the left, I despair that so many self-proclaimed liberals turn a blind eye to the naked misogyny of the gender identity movement and the threat it posed about red girls. Walsh's film undeniably exposed what many leftists are too scared to, but share a similar belief that women exist by biological class. It's not an ally make. I believe women are susceptible to certain harms and have specific needs that feminism is necessary to protect rights. Walsh believes feminism is rotten, and his default appears to be denigrating women with whom he disagrees. He's no more on my side than the shut up or we'll bomb you charmers who cloak their misogyny in a pretty pink and blue flag. Every tweet thread from J.K. Rowling that looks like this is a victory for the left. J.K. Rowling's popularity right now is delivered almost entirely by the conservative momentum behind her transphobia. But I don't believe J.K. Rowling is an unabashed fascist. I think that she's a transphobe above everything else. I think she'll just go along with transphobia no matter where it takes her. Of course, that will mean that she will be an ally to fascists. So the more time she spends arguing with the fascists, I probably shouldn't just free scroll through Twitter, should I? She's just bitter and stupid. I don't deny this. But you understand, right? Well, hopefully you understand. Why do you think she's a transphobe? Serious question. Most TERFs, most women TERFs at least, seem to be transphobes or TERFs or whatever because they were assaulted or raped by a man earlier in life. They transferred those feelings onto a broad hatred of men as a physiological thing. And they see trans women as like a vessel of invasion, like a Trojan horse, essentially. You might note this gives me exactly zero sympathy for them. I think it's perfectly acceptable to make fun of man-hating disguised as feminism, even when trans people are not involved. I don't care why it is. Trauma is not an excuse to engage in any of this behavior. I don't care. I will be shockingly blasé. You know, oh, but don't you know the reason why I'm supporting bigotry against a minority group while the plans for a genocide against them are being, established is because I was a victim in my life. Oh, cool, that's great. Well, hopefully revolutionary action doesn't make you a victim twice, friendo. Are there any other good stress points to hit for other alliances on the right? Who is that? I really do think that the ability to just be irreverent and funny is so important for leftists. It's not that hard to do either. We're not really talking about like crazy super ultra bigoted slur wielding whatever, just a very basic level of irreverence will get you through a lot of this. What the fuck is Pigeon screaming about? It's like saying you support segregation in America as a woman because you were raped by a black guy or something. Yeah, What does irreverence mean? Affecting a lack of care for what's happening. Pigeon! Pigeon! I found her in the bathtub. What are you doing? You looking for a bath? You can't bathe yourself. You're too dumb. We bathe you. Behold, a featherless biped. Bum, 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 bum. Doot doot. Are edgy jokes okay? Look, I've said this 1,000 times before, and I'll say it again. One of the main reasons that people seem to more easily slip into far-right communities, it's that far-left communities are self-serious ivory tower circle jerks full of people who gatekeep relentlessly and wouldn't know how to have fun if they if it killed them. And right-leaning communities are anarchic and humor-centric. Now, obviously, the humor is usually repetitive and unfunny and a vehicle for bigotry, but when you're just getting into it, the fact that they're not like the former group is enough. Yeah, lefties are tremendous killjoys. Really, though. Sam O'Neill Academy? Not to start drama, did you see Sydney Watson's tweet about you? No? Would you agree that edgy jokes shouldn't be done recklessly? Could they end up backfiring? All communication can end up backfiring. Literally any form of communication is capable of producing negative outcomes. You can be reckless with anything, but I don't think it's difficult to be edgy in a way that's fine. And if you're a little bit problematic sometimes, fucking okay? Jesus. Like, this hand-wringing is exactly the problem. With all respect, can being irreverent and edgy go too far? This is a question that you would see only in a community that cannot have fun, right? I mean, right? Imagine this in a subreddit. Guys, is it okay to make jokes? What if the jokes end up being problematic? Like, oh, okay. And 5,000 more young white men went over to political compass memes instead. You get what I mean, yeah? Do you agree with that Judicial Committee witness who told Senator Hawley that his line of questioning was violence? Yeah, but I think the way they handled that was I don't know. I don't know if the way they handled that was good. What is this? And she is never going to let this go. Woman moment. Remember that time I discussed being sexually assaulted by a Muslim and the cops said to be dismissed in court because of cultural differences? Wait, I thought she said the cops said they wouldn't investigate it because of cultural differences. And then Vosh mocked me, said I made it up and the situation I described doesn't actually happen. More than 1,000 children raped and sexually over 3 years, and Telfer police and council officials ignored abuse or refused to investigate Asian men would inflame racial tension. And they just tell people that? So we have a Daily Mail article. So like a white woman will just go up to a cop and be like, hey, I think I was raped. And the cop will be like, okay, tell me about it. And then give me a description. And the white woman is like, okay, I think he was Muslim. And the cop will be like, nope, sorry. We're not going to investigate that due to cultural differences. I'm really sorry, but I will never believe that's what happened. Ever. I have absolutely no reason to believe her on that. I've seen her other content and she seems to be either dishonest or stupid on every other thing she says, so I have no particular bias towards believing this. Do I believe she was sexually assaulted? Yeah, sure, totally. I wouldn't invalidate that. I just don't think the fucking convo with the cop happened the way she said it did. The fuck is this anyway? I don't know if she's alt-right or just like on the cusp of alt-right. I don't know. She's some Australia. That's all you need to know about her. Didn't Sean literally debunk this article? No, that was another place in England. This is a different place. Wait, is this the same place? Hold on. We can look. Daily Mail, Telford, 1,000 children from 3 days ago. Let's see. Children brainwashed. So this was one rape house in Wellington. About 1,000 children could have been sexually exploited in this Shropshire town over a 30-year period. Wait, a public inquiry was launched after a Sunday Mirror, that's a journalistic outlet of how much credibility, guys? Sunday Mirror. Mirror. The Daily Mirror? It's a tabloid? Is it a tabloid? Okay, it's a tabloid. Okay, so a tabloid investigation in 2018 concluded that around 1,000 children could have been sexually exploited in the Shropshire town over a 30-year period. All right, well, glad we're proceeding with nothing but the sturdiest information. The report published today makes 47 recommendations for improving the agencies. Where's the report? Is there a link to the report? Get on with the segment. We did the segment. The segment's done. It happened. Where's the report? What report? Okay, here's the BBC article. Wait, is the report not public? But this is from the tabloid. This isn't from the... This may have been the report that was initially sealed but then later released. They may not have had it in this article. No, this is a different thing. This is a specific thing. It's not the same. Telford Child Sex Abuse Report? I can't find the report. Let's see. A report that resulted from an independent inquiry chaired by Tom Crowther QC was released on the 2nd of July, 2022. No, Hungamaster, this isn't the grooming gang thing. I got the wiki. Yeah, I see the wiki here. Okay, well, I can't find the report, but all right. So I guess I guess the cops didn't act in this one thing, this like one rape house for decades because they were afraid of inflaming racial tensions. That's pretty dumb. If it's been happening for decades, that does kind of... If it's just one area with one house, this seems like more of a department issue than a broader... Still weird, though. At any rate, it has nothing to do with what I said about Sydney Watson, because that would require the cops in that town looking at children who had been raped in that house and going, sorry, love, can't look into that. There's got Asians in there. Cultural differences. What? Or something to that effect. So, not really related. I do remember Lonerbox going over this when he covered that vid from the British chick. Maybe you could ask her something. No, I don't care anymore. I've already... What is? Child sexual exploitation is downplayed in a bad way. No, this was the Rotherham thing. This was the thing that was debunked. That had the thing released. That's a different thing. All right. What is this? Inside Capital right now. The AOC just has to be with female LGBT warners. Why do I forget who Tara Reid is right now? Who's Tara Reid again? Oh, Tara Reid. Tara Reid's the fucking person who lied about Biden. Biden may have molested her, unsure. Well, not rape, but assaulted. No, dude, that was 100% not a credible accusation at all. We went over this back during the primaries. Her accusations were fucking insane. She spent 20 years saying that Biden had like been weird, and then right as he went into the primaries, she changed it to sexually assaulting, and all of the prior testimony and witnesses that she had either like dried up or wouldn't agree with her. She changed her story after 20 years based on no change in evidence, and all the available information that could be falsified like was. and she came off as incredibly uncredible during it. Like, the way that she presented that information fell with textbook liar stuff. She's a big fan of Malpin and Assad now. Well, yeah, isn't she literally like a fucking, like, pro-Russia shill or something? RT writer? Yeah. Yeah, no, she's a huge piece of shit, and I'm pretty sure she falsified those allegations or accusations or whatever to drag down the Dem candidate. I do believe that Joe Biden initially harassed her. The initial allegations that she held on to for like 20 years, I think those are true. But she did everything imaginable to make uncredible all of the changes to the allegation afterward. I have not, I'm in person. Thanks for explaining why you know she lied. Oh, it's been years since I had to think about this. All I remember is that, like, back when she first started doing the media circuit with her accusations, it was like every day some new hole in her story happened. Like, it was like a constant fucking cavalcade. The problem was this happened back when Bernie was still in the primaries, I think. Or maybe it was right after he dropped out. So people were already really primed to hate Biden from the left, even though her accusations were super shit. Yeah. Oh yeah, she was so bad this happened. Defense lawyers look to reopen cases where Tara Reid testified as an expert. Yeah, she was so dishonest that people were like, should we, like, reevaluate everything she's ever said? Or something like that. Yeah. Again, I do believe the initial thing, the initial claim, that Biden was like really creepy with her like 20 years ago. I believe that. Yeah, she was consistent with that story for a long time. Lying under oath about her college degree. Yeah. Her lawyer dropped the case too. Yeah, is not good. Biden's creepy with people now, so it's not that far-fetched. Hey, it's been a while since Dark Brandon has sniffed any little girl's hair, okay? He's on the road to recovery. I want to see them texts, Jessica. We'll see. Watch Schlatt's Purge in Minecraft. Wolfman, what the fuck are you typing? I'm sorry, wait, hold on. Why have I seen your name 500 times this stream? What the fuck are you saying? Why are you saying nothing so frequently? I've been more active. Alright. You know what? I respect it. You're fine. Just remember, the #1 rule of chat is that if I see a person's name too many times in a row, I'll probably ban them, unless they have a blue name. That's one of the unspoken rules of chat. I have a finite amount of cognitive space, and I need to make sure that it's being used properly. Fuck, okay, okay, we're gonna do some Giga Autism. Are you guys ready? Politics are done. Everyone leave the stream right now. I'm pulling up Unity, and I want to see if I can fix my code, because I wanted to show you guys the sound effects. Okay, that's it. Yep, that's it.
We'll see who cancels who.
Yeah, okay. I'll read the rest of the donos when I'm done with this. It won't take too long, I don't think, probably. But yeah, leave if you don't care about that. I love you. Stay strong, okay? Yeah. Thank you. Won't take long, he says. Yeah, okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, we need to work this out. We have redundant code that I think is fucking me over here. Okay, we should probably get rid of the old stuff, right? Because I replaced it. It's better now? Okay. Get out of here. What? Okay, okay. I don't know why this is tabbed up one. Let's just clean up some of this code, okay? Okay. I want it to make the beep boop noises. Move chat to the right. Oh yeah, here. Voop. There. I want chat to make I want it to make beep boop noises, okay? So I'm starting to figure some of this stuff out. We have the beep noise and we have the boop noise, okay? Have the beep boop noises been added? Yeah, they have. Hold on. The problem is the state that the game starts in here. Okay. This is useless. Chat, don't ask me any questions. I don't know why you would think that I'm looking at chat right now. Okay, I want to make this work. Okay, what happens when I hit play? Okay, so here's the idea. When I hit play, the menu boolean is active, which disables the game objects because the menu boolean is active. And then I hit start, and it moves me here. But after I'm here, for some reason, no noise will play when I highlight these, even though the highlight script is working because you can see it highlighting down there. See? The highlight script is functioning. You see? But we're not doing the beep boops. Let's see. If I click on the bed here. Fuck. Man, there. Whatever. Okay? If I click on it here, the highlight script contains both boop and beep, which is good. The audio source is active. And if I scroll over the bed, you can see right there. Look, you see that in the audio source right here? It's changing. If I move over it, it goes to boop. And if I click it, it goes to beep. You see? You see? Volume is too low? No, it's not the volume. This worked a little bit ago until I had the menu thing up. No, it's not that the volume is too low. I had the volume at this volume before. It's not the volume being too low. Output says none. What? No, that's fine. We're playing it through the script. It's fine. It played before. We're playing it through the script. We're playing it here. We have the bed as a separate audio source. You have an audio source? Do you have a listener? I had to have had a listener. Because it worked before. Here, let's focus on problems that we can fix more easily. First, let's make it so the UI pop back up. Huh? Yes. Because right now they disappear. This is a temporary script. It doesn't need to be here. If game cutscene equals true, or this equals true, else set game object active equals true. Okay. Then why doesn't that work for the other things? Didn't I just copy and paste this? If parent active equals true. Wait, wait, hold on. Am I disabling the fucking canvas? No. The canvas is still there. Oh. I used the wrong number of equal signs. But that shouldn't affect this. But it was already working for that. Well, that was the correct thing to do, but it is not changing the outcome here. Okay, so for the UI, wait, do I even have the UI attached to the UI? Yeah, I have the UI script right here. Okay. Why is this not working? Why is it not setting active to true? Why? If your game object is disabled, update will not run. What? This is UI. I shouldn't be... I'm stupid. These are UI elements. I shouldn't be disabling them. I should just be disabling their sprite renderer and their collision. Okay. We can copy and paste this. So that will solve us one problem, at least. Dun, dun. Oh, wait, you want that in the start. Zoop! Shut up. Why have you not installed the VS Code theme? I think this looks pretty. Shush. Okay, that's the sprite. Now, where's the collision? I'm gonna have to access... Wait, there are different types of collision meshes. Does it have a generic? Or am I gonna have to... No, god damn it. It uses... Okay, new plan. We don't use Box Collider 2D, because it's cringe and gay-pilled. Okay? What if we just... What happens if we call upon a component that doesn't exist for the object the script is attached to? Like, what if I have collider equals like this, and then box collider 2D, and like polygon collider, and then I set both to true? Is there going to be a crash, or will it just accept that there isn't a polygon collider? Nobody cares. Okay, yeah, gotcha, thank you. Oh no, never mind, my chat just broke. It won't compile? Yeah, cringe. We can save ourselves some trouble here simply by using a different... We'll just use Polygon for everything. Fuck it. What are we gonna do? Run out of processing space? Alright, come here, thoughts. You ready to be a Polygon collider? Let's cause some code errors. Let's go. Physics 2D, Polygon collider. Move it where the box collider was. Move it. Move it. All right, now let's fix the code before it breaks. All right, hold on. Thought script. Box collider 2D. Wrong, dipshit. You're a goddamn polygon collider now. Whoop. Whoops. Whoop. Nice meme. All right. Okay. Get the collider. The UI script. Get component. The UI script. Good, good. Okay. Right here. Guys, this is where the fucking magic happens. If these two things are true or whatever, it's your first time coding. Basically. Okay, that's true, that's true. How do I do this again? So it would be sprite. I'm only seeing sprite.color here. What the hell do I hit it with? Set active? Is it still just set active? To disable? Or is it disable? Just that? I think it's just that. Probably. Collider dot set active false. Whoop. False. You're an idiot, Vosh? Yeah, well. Get out of here. If only I knew how to type. True. True. The components are dot enabled. The fuck are you talking about? Sprite dot enabled false? Is that what you want? Equals false, not open parentheses false, close parentheses? Set actives for toggling game objects. Okay, gotcha. Okay, sprite dot enabled equals falseroni. Like that? There? Yeah? Yeah? Eh? Yeah? Yeah, I think we got it. I think we've got it. All right. We'll see if this works. Give me a red error. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Namespace name, polygon collider, thought script, UI script, polygon collider. Oh, it's polygon collider 2D. God damn it. 2D. 2D is like 2B, which is the name of the hot bitch in the game near, who everyone wants to have anal sex with. Hell yeah. All right. Work. Why anal sex specifically? Because of her ass. Okay. Child object there is not deleting properly. I'll fix that, though. And nothing came back. Okay. Fix this by giving this little guy the UI script. Thank you. So now the little guy shouldn't be here, at least. Yeah, okay. At least I was able to figure that out. Why didn't they come back? Why not? Something is still disabling them. Are they starting disabled? Are they disabled right now? No. Are they disabling when I hit play? No, they're right there.
Up yours, woke moralist.
They are not disabled.
We'll see who cancels who.
That's true, 8522 Dark. They're clearly not disabled. Then why are they not? Okay. Brain button. You will be the subject of our study. Right now, everything is enabled. We hit this button. Okay. The sprite renderer and the polygon collider are both not there. And then I hit this button, and they're both still not there. What is the difference between the object code and the UI code that I'm using? If this and this, highlight script, it's if the parent object is true. Is that it? Is that the only thing that's making the difference? But if that's the case, then my code is bad. Well, obviously. That is the only reason why. Why does this portion not work? If state cutscene equals true, or if this equals true, if parent equals true, wait, one of these states is still active. The only reason those objects were coming back was because I was forcing them through with this. One of these fucking states is still active. What's still active? What rules, you son of a bitch? Void start. Bool menu equals true. Cutscene equals false. And then if I hit the start button, if this is active, then menu equals true. What? Oh god, it's spaghetti code. I'm doing the same thing from two different places. Oh god. Oh no. Oh geez. This was meant to do something else. This was meant to create a cutscene. We don't even have a cutscene. Get out. Get out. I'm disabling all cutscene related shenanigans until we can find out what's going on. Out. Out. There is no cutscene. There never was. Get out. It doesn't exist. Wait, I think I'm on the verge of an epiphany right now. Wait. I might want to still open this with it being false. I do have it set. Okay, we've got this, okay? We've got this. What rules? You sons of bitches. Pain, you guys are mean. Don't make me regret this. Like, you guys would have the balls to demonstrate your lack of talent in something that you've learned for like 4 days to an audience of thousands. What rules? Okay. When I click the button, okay, we don't even want this here. This is all fucking cringe and gay-pilled. Okay, this is it. We're breaking away from object-oriented programming. We're not going to do this code on the start button. The start button only exists so that when we click on it, we begin a function in the game controller script. We're going to centralize. That's it. That's all we need. Okay? So then in the game controller, if menu equals true, the title must be active. Will this activate the button, or will the button be active just by default as a child of the title screen? Oh, thank God, no errors. Why is it not declaring that the menu is true? Why is it not opening with the state menu, the bool menu equal true? It says it right here, void start game controller, which is attached to the game camera for now. Why is it not acting? Because you're declaring a local variable called menu? Yeah, but if menu equals true, then set active bedroom false. See? Delete bool? Is it unnecessary? Oh, I already have it right here. It says bool right here. Why did I do that twice? Oh! Oh. Ooh. It's all coming together. Well, now all this does is say hi to me. But that's okay. Now that we have that working. If menu equals true, da-da-da-da. Public void play cutscene 1. How about begin game? How about we make that a bit less confusing? Start button script, public game controller, game, play cutscene 1, start game. What rules? Start game. Okay. Debug log high equals high. Yes, this is true. But also, very important, huh? Menu equals false. Curious. Let's see what that does. Will that be enough? No errors, no errors, no errors, no errors, no errors. Fuck yeah. Error. Reference not set to instance of an object. Line 28. Start button script. All right, what did I do? Game.start game. Yeah? It must be assigned. Game controller. Oh, right, you can't just put in a script. I have to put in the main camera because that's what the game controller is attached to. Okay. It's something.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Do we need to add another state? Why don't you just change scene like a sane person? Doesn't change scene mean like a whole other set of shit? We're talking with images here. Don't I have this here? Bedroom. Bedroom set active. We must set the bedroom active. Yes. Yes. But shouldn't menu being false be enough? Public void start game. That would mean menu will equal false. And if menu will equal false... No, 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 no. I can simplify this later by having like a more defined menu state. But for right now this should work, right? I just wanted to show you guys the sounds. Oh, thank God, finally. Pride used to be a sin. Ha! Good thing it's not anymore. All right. You can see where we're going, right? Like you can see? You can see the pieces coming together?
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Yeah, I got it, Azura. What's the brain for? This is going to be your think space. So the idea will be that you interact with stuff and you read about it and then you get thoughts. And the thoughts appear here in the form of little dino nuggies. And I'll make them bounce a little bit. We'll put it together, don't worry. Well, okay. I did what I said I was going to do. And now I will read donos and leave. Cigar, thank you for the $5. And true. 8D5D Derek, thank you for the 5. Also true. T-Ray's play with $3. What about the Tendy Quest / Nuggy Quest disparity? It will be Nuggy Quest. For sure. Winds of Night with tier 1 sub, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Sake with $10. Why did Errol Musk read Vosh's theory? Oh, whoa, hold on. Incest is Destiny's thing, not mine. Crease Fold, the $2. Favorite scary movie? I don't really like scary movies. I'm sorry, I can't answer that. Antifa Private, thank you for the $5. Soon. Shea Gouda with a tier 1 sub, thank you very much. Still live with the $5. Your thoughts on Dylan canceling the Hippy Dippy Roundtable, for now at least? I only know that he's done it. I haven't seen his reasoning for it yet. But if he's doing what makes him happy, then that's what matters. Session Amaro, thank you for the very, very kind $5. I'm happy to hear that. Glad you're shitposting and having fun. Space Karen with the incredibly kind $10. Completely agree. Gotta be more of a bully than them. Sake with $10. Vosh, I started cleaning my room and ended up with brain damage in Moscow with a lobster daughter. Yeah, at least she's hot. Cosbethulu with the $10. I can only afford half the viewing fee today. Please don't punish me. All right. As long as you double up next time. Vibrant Peacoat with $5. Thank you very, very much. What is this?
Up yours, woke moralists! We'll see who cancels who!
What are you trying to say, man?
I don't know.
To me, it just sounds like you're using a bunch of buzzwords. Why do you do this?
I don't know how else to get people to listen to me.
Oh, God.
I gotta play this game. Frederick Brennan with the $20. Thank you very, very much. I don't know you, but saw how woke you were to the Ape NFT and hope you could look my Medium post on it. I made 8chan and agree they are very alt-right at FR Brennan C. Pinned. Well, yeah, I guess the person who made 8chan is here. Wait, haven't I gotten an email to this effect? Well, I'll give the thing a read. I'll follow you on Twitter. Always follow back. Howdy. Fuck off, Q. No, not Jim. Well, no, wrong. The person who made 8chan ain't the person who ran 8chan later. It ain't Jim Watson. It's Frederick Brennan. As so represented by what I assume is a fat tanuki in their Twitter banner. Which I respect. Oh, he was cool in the documentary? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, no, it's, I understand that I think he's not exactly happy with the direction the site took. Well, I'll give it a look anyway. Thank you, Frederick. All right, folks. I think it's time for me to head off. I believe we'll be streaming tomorrow morning. I think I should be able to. But the love that I carry in my heart for all of you will persist no matter what. Let me see. Who are we throwing you off to? Who. A lot of people online. Wow. About Jack, actual Jake. Riverboat Jack. Survivor Man Superstream.
But at least I can stay hydrated now and keep clear of heat stroke.
She's just watching Survivor Man. Fuck yeah. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. All right, y'all have a good one.